call this work session to order. Rachel?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we need a roll call? Awesome.
Mayor Verde,
Present.
Vice Mayor Larrabee,
Present.
Councilmember Earl. Present. Councilmember Calavianakis,
Here.
Councilmember Watts,
Present.
Councilmember McMahon, and Councilmember Skillicorn.
Present.
Great. Thank you, Bev. Mayor and Council, this is a work session. I know this is not something we have done too many of recently, but we felt like this was the appropriate tool to educate and discuss the ongoing draft land use assumptions. Paul and our representative from Tischler Bice are here to kind of walk through this, share information, background, answer your questions, help to understand this concept. It's not something we do regularly. It's generally done every 5 years or so. Thank you. So it is not necessarily, again, not necessarily top of mind. This is your opportunity to ask questions. There will be no action taken tonight as it is a work session, but it is a good tool to understand and sort of deep dive and understand where we're going with our development fees and other improvement plans. So with that, Paul, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, thank you for joining us a little early tonight. Really appreciate it. Like Rachel mentioned, we thought this would be an appropriate time to provide an update on our progress on preparing a revised every 5-year required revision to the draft land use assumptions infrastructure improvements plan that will set the development impact fees for the town. So Ben Griffin from Tischler Bice, I'll turn over to him in just a little bit, but I just want to provide you a little bit of background to kind of set the tone for the discussion and the presentation. So the town of Fountain Hills has been charging development impact fees for new development in the town for about 25 years now. It's allowed by Arizona revised statutes. And the purpose of it is so that the town can use those fees for maintaining levels of service based on new development coming into the town. And so currently the town charges impact fees for streets purposes, specifically for the Shea Boulevard widening project, and fire needs as well as park amenities. And like Rachel mentioned, Arizona law requires the town and other municipalities to update the basically the growth assumptions within the draft land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan every 5 years to be able to continue to charge the impact fees. So that's the process we've already started. We started in January. We started meeting with Ben and his team, going through the growth assumptions for the town of Fountain Hills, as well as current construction costs, which, as you know, have substantially increased since the last update in 2020. So with increased construction costs, the draft that we have today that Ben will be discussing could result in a lot higher development impact fees that the town would be charging. And so we thought it'd be good to get ahead of that, discuss it, provide an update to you. And so the next steps would be in the fall, in September, we'd bring back this draft report in a public hearing for council consideration, as well as adoption in a following meeting. And then after that, this report that council could adopt would then result in revised impact fees that the town could charge starting next April of 2026. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ben, and Ben and town staff are available for any questions that you have.
Thanks, Paul. All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Everyone's right. You don't do impact fees very often. Most elected officials hope they only have to deal with it, once every 5 years, and then it's, someone else's problem for the next update. But it's a long process. But I do like how Arizona lays it out. You have a certain number of public hearings that you're required. There are certain documents that you're required to adopt. So it's very clear what can and cannot be included in an impact fee study. So we'll do a quick refresher on development fee basics. When Carson Bice was out here a few months ago, he gave a similar review, but it's always good to have that review as we start this adoption process or head towards the adoption process. We'll look at the timeline, which is pretty lengthy in Arizona. Then we'll look at the land use assumptions. Those are essentially the development projections, the infrastructure improvement plans for fire, parks, and streets, and then we'll look at the proposed development fees. So just as a review, development fees are a one-time payment for growth-related infrastructure. Generally, you collect it at the time of the building permit, so this is something that new development pays, not existing development. Can't fund operations, maintenance, repair, rehab, replacement. It needs to be new capacity or available capacity that you're buying into. It's not a tax, but it's a contract between you and that development to provide the infrastructure that's included in the impact fee study. And we have to prove three things. Need, that's easier to prove. If you're growing, that's generally an indicator that there's additional need for infrastructure. But the types of projects that we're including, we really have to pay attention to that. So we want to make sure that there's system level improvements. So the Shea Boulevard widening is a great example of a system improvement because no matter where you live throughout the town, you can use that. Whereas if you were putting in a new apartment complex and you needed to add turn lanes in and out, that would be a project level improvement. Really, it's only going to benefit that one development, so that's not something that we would want to include in an impact fee study. We also have to prove benefit, and there's two parts to that. So we want to make sure that the fee payer is geographically close enough to receive a benefit from this impact fee. So if you were, Buckeye, for example, and you're, 600 square miles or something like that, we might need to break you up into service areas to make sure that, you're geographically close enough. But Fountain Hills, we don't need to have that. Discussion further out is the state trust land, and, could it become its own service area? But as of right now, we just have a single citywide service area, and, if things change with the state trust land, we can always update this study, make an amendment or something like that. But, as presented tonight, this is looking at one single service area. Benefit also means that, if someone gives you money for this improvement, you need to spend that money within a timely manner. So for any non-utility components, which is all that you'd be charging for, you have 10 years from the date of collection to spend that money. And then finally, the third is we want to make sure that the fees are proportionate to demand. So you'll notice on the residential uses, there's a single family versus a multifamily. On average, a single family unit has fewer occupants per unit than a multifamily unit. So if we're assessing fees, per person, then those single family units would pay proportionately more than a multifamily unit because there are more persons at that site, of that single family site than a multifamily site.
I have a question.
Sure.
Thank you very much. It says here development fee basics, and it says level of service. And it says higher level of service must be paired with non-development fee funding source to cover existing development share. Could you please elaborate on that just a little bit? I'm trying to understand this whole concept, as just, if you don't mind.
Of course, yeah, and that was my next point. So level of service is very important with impact fees because you cannot charge future development for a higher level of service than existing development receives unless you've identified an outside funding mechanism to raise that level of service so you're charging everyone the same. So for example, parks is always an easy one. If your park master plan says we want to provide 6 acres per 1,000 people, but you currently provide 3 acres per 1,000 people, we can't charge the impact fee based on 6. We would have to charge it based on 3. But if you issue debt or you find some grants that you're going to use to acquire parkland to bring you up to 6 over a span of 5 to 10 years, then we could use that higher level of service because you identified an outside funding mechanism to increase existing development's level of service. And that way we can base the fee, which is charged to future development, on that higher level of service because you have identified that outside funding mechanism. So it's just making sure that we're never charging future development for a higher level of service than existing development receives. All right, there are three general fee methodologies. They look at points in time. So if we look to the past, that's going to be a cost recovery approach. Generally, you have some sort of excess capacity. This works really well with utilities, where maybe you have a 5 million gallon treatment plant. You're only using 3 million, so you're going to have development buy into that excess 2 million to pay yourself back. The incremental approach looks to the present, so that's your existing level of service. So it says, we provide, this many police vehicles per person, or we provide, this many lane miles of arterials per person, and this is what it would cost to acquire a new police vehicle, or this is what it would cost to construct a lane mile. So it uses today's level of service and today's cost to come up with the impact fee. And then when we look to the future, that's a plan-based approach. Generally, you're looking at a CIP or a master plan that says these are very specific projects that we want. And generally, there are costs outlined with that. And so we can say, all right, well, we're trying to get to here. So how do we allocate that to existing and future development so everyone pays their proportionate share? So any questions on the methodologies? We also have to look at credits. So there are three types of credits. The site-specific credit you actually handle after the adoption. So, for example, if a developer, and Parks works really well for this. Let's say a developer said, hey, here's 5 acres of parkland. If you had parkland acquisition in your impact fee and they dedicated those 5 acres to you, they would receive a credit against their impact fees. Debt service and dedicated revenues, those are handled in the impact fee study. So essentially it looks at any of those, those dedicated revenues or that debt service that future development would pay, and says, hey, you know what, we need to provide a credit to the impact fee study because we're already charging them in the impact fee study, and they're going to generate property tax or sales tax towards that future debt service payment. So essentially we're just reducing the impact fee to offset those future revenue sources. So we're not paying, once through the fee and once through that future revenue. So in Arizona, you're required to adopt 3 separate documents for an impact fee study. The first is the land use assumptions document. That's your development projections. It shows your existing development and what we think you'll grow by over the next 10 years. The next is the infrastructure improvements plan. That's the level of service document. It defines, your existing inventory of, in your case, fire, parks, and streets. It looks at, the costs associated with those. And you adopt the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvements plan first. And then once you've done those, then you can adopt your actual development fees. You're going to see all of these tonight in presentation form, but we've found it easier to show you the development fees from the beginning instead of just showing you the land use assumptions and just showing you the infrastructure improvements plan, you adopting those, and then it's a surprise what the development fees are. It's much more transparent to you as elected officials and to stakeholders in the community just to know the fees from the beginning because it's much easier to have a discussion with you and the stakeholders if everyone knows all the facts. So you'll see the proposed fees tonight, and you'll see a comparison to other cities in the valley. There are certain limitations in Arizona on eligible improvements, and the statute refers to these as necessary public services. So parks, they can't exceed 30 acres unless there's a direct benefit to development. Public safety, there's no regional training facilities. And then they must have a useful life of 3 or more years to be eligible. So we kicked off this update in January. We're having a work session tonight. If we advertise July 1st, you can't do any sort of public hearing for the first 60 days. So in theory, the very first time you could have a public hearing on this after you advertise is September 16th. And then you have a 30 to 60-day window after that public hearing, the land use assumptions and the IIP to adopt that. Once you've adopted that, you advertise the development fees, which everyone has seen already. You have to wait 30 days before you can have the public hearing on the development fees. So in theory, that could be November 25th. You have a 30 to 60-day window to adopt those development fees. And then once you've adopted the fees, which could happen in January of 2026, it's 75 days before those fees can go into effect. So if everything went exactly to this schedule, your fees could be in effect April 6th of 2026. But, we haven't advertised yet, so, this is still a flexible schedule. But this is just to sort of give you an idea of, this 225-day minimum process as defined by, the Arizona legislature.
I do have a question, please.
Sure.
Thank you. If we kept our fees the same as they are right now, would all this be necessary, or is this just for an increase in the development fees?
Great question. So you have to review every 5 years. You could say, hey, look, we think that our land use assumptions are similar enough to what's in our current study. And if costs had not changed very much, and you said, hey, this still provides us really what we need, you could say, hey, you know what, we're actually not going to do this update. We're just going to essentially re-adopt this for 5 more years.
So then we would avoid the advertisement, the stakeholder outreach, and et cetera?
That's correct.
Okay.
But once we start going through these costs, you'll notice that the costs have increased dramatically. And so that's more of a philosophical discussion of who pays for growth. So you could say, hey, you know what, we are just going to hold off and we're just going to stick with our existing fees. But because costs have increased so much, you're really placing that burden of growth-related costs on existing development.
Yeah, and I'll wait for that part of the presentation. I just wanted to address that now.
Right. There's also a bullet point that I skipped over, so I could then come back to it. There's a TBD on stakeholder outreach. We found it's generally helpful if there is some sort of stakeholder outreach. A lot of the cities in the valley, they'll offer a hybrid version because, maybe one of the developers is, on the west side of the valley and it's very hard to get over here. But, if you offer, a virtual option, the other cities in the valley have seen, very good turnout from the development community or stakeholders, when there is that, hybrid option. So that way they can, at least give their input. You can hear what they're saying. We listen to their input, and, we've worked with most of these stakeholders in other, cities or towns or counties. So we can generally anticipate, what they're going to say. But we did put that stakeholder outreach within that 60-day advertisement window because you can't do anything from a public hearing standpoint. So a lot of communities like to say, hey, in that 60 days, we want to do stakeholder outreach, or, maybe we want to have a work session or something like that. But it is a way to take advantage of the 60 days where you can't really do anything. All right, so we'll move over towards the land use assumptions. I alluded to this earlier. So with residential development, generally we're looking at the occupancy of that unit as the demand unit. And so you can see we're using census data to say, hey, in Fountain Hills, the average single-family unit has about 2.23 persons per household. The average multifamily unit is 1.58 persons per household. So that single-family unit, if we're assessing fees per person, should pay proportionately more than a multifamily unit. We also use these, occupancy factors when we're converting, projected housing units into population, because we can say, hey, if we're getting 1,000 single-family units, well, we can multiply that by that 2.23 and come up with the population in those units. For non-residential development, we're using demand factors from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So the important ones here are the vehicle trips generated. We use that in the calculation of your street fees. So you can see, and this is that middle column, weekday trip-ins per demand unit, that, light industrial, which is our industrial proxy, it's just shy of 5, trip-ins per 1,000 square feet compared to a shopping center, which is 37. So you can see that that shopping center generates a lot more trips than a, industrial use. So they should pay more if we're allocating costs based on vehicle trips. When you move over to the right, those are the employees per 1,000 square feet or the square feet per employee. We use those to, if we're projecting the square footage of development we think you'll get over the next 10 years, we can use these ITE demand factors to say, okay, well, if you're adding this many square feet, that translates into this many additional jobs. So, this shows your existing 2025 base year development, so just shy of 28,000 peak population and about 14,500 housing units, about 7,500 jobs, and just shy of 5 million existing square feet. And so to get that 10-year projection, we looked at recent permit trends, and based on that, we think you'll average about 70 single-family units a year and just shy of 60 multifamily units a year. So over this 10-year period, we're looking at almost 1,300 new housing units. And when we convert that to population, those near 1,300 housing units would have about 2,500 peak population residing in them. On the non-residential side, we actually looked at MAG projections, so the Maricopa Association of Governments. We looked at their employment projections, and so if they think you're going to grow by about 450 jobs over the next 10 years, then when we apply those ITE employment density factors, that's about 175,000 square feet of new non-residential development. So any questions, comments, concerns with the development projections? Great question. He asked to explain peak population. So, in some communities, generally your year-round population is very reflective of your max population. But, in Arizona or Florida, a lot of times we'll see second homes, vacation rentals, things like that. And so to make sure that we accurately reflect demand for infrastructure from residential development, we will add back in those second homes or recreational those houses that are vacant for part of the year because it's a seasonal or recreational use. We add those back in, and then we can say, all right, well, when you're fully occupied, this is actually your population, because if 20% of your housing stock is seasonal use, if we're just looking at year-round population, we're really missing out on the true level of service. So any questions with the development projections?
Sure. So in your calculations, the town of Fountain Hills is very rapidly approaching build-out. So do you take the ITE data and do you devalue it because, comparatively speaking to larger municipalities, there's more opportunity to reach these numbers and use these types of footprints and population increases? How do you devaluate?
So with this, we took the MAG data, which essentially you provide to MAG, and then we talked with development services and said, hey, does this really make sense? And you can actually see we're showing 0 industrial growth, and it's because there's a lack of land available for industrial development. So we actually sort of marked through what MAG said for industrial, because probably the growth that you're going to see in industrial is adding employees to existing industrial development and not necessarily new development. And so we've sort of backed that down and really looked at the types of uses that you could really anticipate. So making sure that that demand factor is really the type of development that you're going to get, because we could say, hey, yeah, we think you're going to get all this warehouse development, And, you have, it's almost 3,000 square feet per employee. Well, that doesn't make sense here because you don't have the land for a 1 million square foot, warehouse or distribution center. So we've really looked at that and, taken the MAG projections, which again, you're providing, or staff is providing to MAG to say, hey, this is sort of where we think we're headed. But it also takes into account that you only have, a finite amount of developable parcels left for non-residential development. And so that's why you're seeing, over 10 years, it's only saying 175,000 square feet of non-residential development. So it's, some of the cities, some of your neighbors, they expect that in a year. Whereas we know here, you're going to be more focused on the residential side of development. And, when we the first set of projections we did for this on the residential side, it was definitely, it was a different number than what you're seeing here. And we actually moved away from using MAG for the residential projections because we could see, how much land is available. And we could look at, recent trends and say, okay, well, if we're not taking into account state trust land, this path makes a little more sense. About 70 single-family units a year, just shy of 60 multifamily units a year, which, the multifamily, you're not going to get 60 a year. You're going to get 200 or 300 at one time, and then maybe not have anything for 2 or 3 years, and then get something else. But for the sake of this, it averages out to, about 60 per year.
Right, the light industrial makes a lot of sense because we do have zoning issues that we don't have the zoning available at this point in time anyway. The housing, on the other hand, comparatively speaking, and my apologies, I'm new here, so I'm trying to understand historically how many we've built, and the 70 per year only gets us to 700 over that 10-year period. The multifamily is going to absorb the additional 400 or 500, is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, just shy of 600 over 10 years.
Anticipating? Okay. So when you do the final analysis, are you going to give us a comparative historically to what we're anticipating going forward for that 10-year period?
Yeah, so when you see the actual report that we advertise in the land use section, it starts off with the residential assumptions, and it'll show 2010 census, 2020 census, so it'll show sort of the growth over the previous 10 years. But then right below that, it'll actually show since 1960, by decade, sort of how have you been growing. And then it'll also mention the recent permit trends, which really we're pulling from your, and I can't remember what the document's called, but it's basically your land use document that you publish every year that shows how much development you have in each section of the city. And so we're just pulling data from that to say, hey, historically, this is how you have been growing, and this is where we think you'll end up. But we talk with development services and make sure that what we're showing here does not exceed what's in the realm of possibility.
Thank you.
Is there any relationship between the amount of land available for development and the increase in the fees?
Great question. I mean, generally, when there's not much land available, that's when you start to phase out the fees, because if you collect the fee, you have to spend it. And a lot of communities, they're after the recession, they're wary of spending or promising to spend a lot of money for growth, because if you use a plan-based or a cost recovery methodology and it assumes hey, 60% of this is going to be covered by future development. Well, if the development doesn't come, you're on the hook for that. And that's why after the recession, a lot of communities switched from that cost recovery or the plan-based to an incremental methodology, because with incremental, whatever you generate in fee revenue in a year, that's how much infrastructure you need. And if you stop growing, you don't collect fees, you don't have to build anything. And so it really insulates the general fund from ups and downs in the development cycle. And so most of your fees that we're proposing use that incremental methodology. But I think the Shea Boulevard projects, those are the only plan-based. I may be mistaken, but we've really tried to insulate you as a town as much as we can from any downturn in the development cycle. But yeah, as you reach build out, you generally start to drop fee categories because maybe you don't need more of a certain type of development because you're landlocked and you're almost built out.
So when you do, when you collect the fees on these land use fees, if you don't spend that money in the 10 years, as you say, you're on the hook for it, where's it go?
So if you don't spend it within 10 years, you have to refund that, and the administrative burden of that is very high. I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, whose money haven't I spent yet, and then who do I return it to, and then the interest on that. So generally, you're going to look at it and say, all right, well, we've collected this money. It's been 5 years, so this is your 5-year update. What's really sitting out there that's in this that in this next update cycle, this next 5-year cycle, needs to be spent. And so anytime you have those incremental methodologies, for your parks, things like that, it's easy to say, okay, well, if we need to spend some money, maybe we're going to add lighting to this existing park, or maybe we're going to add a pickleball court over here. So there are ways that you can spend the money. That way you're not having to return it. But if you've collected for, and I'm just making things up now, a $10 million park, you said, hey, we're definitely going to build this, and we think growth is going to pay 60% of this, and then there's a recession and you don't have that growth, and really you only generated fees for 20% of that. Well, that other 40%, you either have to come up with outside of impact fees, or you just return everything. And that's why a lot of communities have moved over to the incremental methodology, just to get away from that, because we can say, hey, look, if this is what we're providing today, we'll generate fee revenue, and we'll use some of it for additional amenities. We'll use some of it for developing our existing parkland. Instead of locking yourself into a specific project, you can say, these are the types of improvements we want, and in today's dollars, this is what it would cost to do that. And so it just it really provides that protection from a slowdown in the market, because like I said, with an incremental methodology, if there's no growth, there's no impact fee collection, so you don't have to build anything.
So if there's no impact fees, can you mid-cycle reduce the fees because you're not going to anticipate collecting as much as your 5 years prior had anticipated, to avoid having to give back the originally collected amount of money?
I would say in that scenario, it probably makes sense to update the fee study, change the methodology, and say, hey, we want to shift to an incremental, let's make this adjustment because, it's trending a different way than we thought in our previous study.
You say it more eloquently than I do, but it's really, we don't want to give back the money, the 5 years that we've collected it, but we don't want to incur the penalty.
Right.
So there must be some mechanism, and I think if you say you're going to restate the land use plan, then we can reduce those fees so we don't have that burden at the 10th year.
Correct.
From the original. Thank you.
Sure.
Tend to do this. Mayor and council, we do, just to clarify, we do track that 10-year kind of horizon, and so we're not at risk of going into that kind of situation that was discussed where we would have to pay back fees. We still have a few more years before we would have to spend a certain amount of parks impact fees. We've only been charging the streets impact fees for about 5 to 6 years. We do need to use that in the Shea Boulevard widening, so we're hoping to get that done in the next few years for the first portion of that. So we do track it, just want to make sure that's clear. And I think gave me a good idea during the public hearing. We'll try to elaborate on that subject a little bit.
All right, so we'll start with fire. We have a single service area, townwide, not citywide. We're looking at 3 components. So there's a new fire facilities component that was not included in your existing IIP, but this is something we're showing tonight as an option. We're looking at apparatus and equipment, which were included in the existing IIP, all these using an incremental methodology. So we're going to go into more detail the next few slides, but sort of a 10-year summary, quick bullet points. If you maintain your existing level of service, then you need about 1,300 additional square feet of fire facilities. That would be about $1.3 million in impact fee revenue. You'd pay for about 75% of 1 unit of apparatus. That $304,000 is based on your existing fleet and what it would cost to acquire a similar unit today. And so we'll go into that a little bit more when we get to that slide. And then the fire equipment, about 3 units, and that would generate about $16,000 in impact fees. So most of these slides are going to look very similar. The left side is going to show the actual level of service calculation and the conversion to a cost per person, a cost per job. The right side is going to show, at the top, it shows, your 2025, your existing. And so if you go to the bottom, that 10-year increase shows what future development would generate demand for. And so what this is showing on the left side, you have 2 fire stations, you have 16,000 square feet, existing facilities. If it costs $1,000 per square foot to build, a new fire facility or expand an existing one, then, we should be charging, about $459 per person and about $427 per job. And the way we're coming up with that is saying 16,000 existing square feet. 80% of demand is coming from residential development based on your functional population. We divide that by your existing peak population, and so you're providing about 0.46 square feet per person, and then you multiply that by $1,000 per square foot. On the right side, you see that 2025 top line, so 16,000 existing square feet, and each year that we add to that by 2035, if you grow by 2,500 people and, almost 450 jobs, then that would generate demand for, about 1,300 square feet of fire facilities, assuming $1,000 a square foot. It's about $1.3 million in, growth-related costs for fire facilities. So this is not a lot of demand. 1,300 square feet is, not going to build you a new station, but you can use this to, add a bay to an existing station, or add, I think in the kickoff meeting, with the chief, adding, additional bunk rooms so you can, have additional firefighters there. But, just want to, point out, it's really only generating, a little over $1 million, so it's not generating a lot. So, this is not going to be, the silver bullet that, building any sort of fire facilities, would generate. But, it is an option to include this. Next up, we'll look at, and I clicked, let's see. There we go. Fire apparatus. All right, you have 8 existing units. That unit cost is what it would cost you to buy a similar unit today. So a brush truck, is $300,000 today. Command vehicle is $145,000. If you maintain the existing level of service, it's 70% of a unit. Now, that engine cost, that ladder truck cost, they're a little low compared to what some of the other cities in the valley are using. But if we used your existing level of service and the cost of your existing units, on average it's going to be about $460,000 per unit. So again, 10 years of growth means about 75 or 70% of an apparatus So generating about $300,000, in growth-related costs. All right. Now I am just going all over the place. Okay, fire equipment. You got 39 defibrillators and radios, and the existing cost of that is about $4,900 per unit. So to maintain the level of service, you would need, about 3 additional units over the next 10 years, and that would generate about $16,000 in impact fees. So this shows that cost per person and that cost per job for each impact fee component. And on the residential side, we'll take that total cost per person of $584. We'll multiply it by the number of persons per household. So that single family fee of $1,300 is really just $584.17 times 2.23. In the top right corner, that shows the breakdown of this proposed $1,300 single family fee by component. And so the fire facilities component is just over $1,000. The apparatus component is $236. The equipment component is $12. And then the development fee report, essentially paying yourself back for the cost of this study, is $31. So you can see that this new fire facilities component that's going to generate, around $1 million is adding $1,000 in cost to a single family unit. And so, these are some of the points. It's nice when we have a work session that, I can take the time and point those things out. And then you as, elected officials can, discuss, okay, does it make sense for us, to do this? But that's one area where I just wanted to point out, it's a little over $1 million, so maybe you're adding a bay, but it is 79% of this proposed single-family fee.
So does the same anticipated percentage apply to facilities and apparatus and equipment? Is it always 70% of the anticipated fee?
It's not.
Or does
So
it vary? It looked like it was 80% on the first on facilities.
So with this, that's the functional population.
Okay.
So the split between residential and non-residential, how we allocate those costs.
Okay.
But this is just saying, for a single-family fee, 79% of that proposed fee is really going to facilities. 18% is going to apparatus, and then 1 or 2% going to equipment or the development fee study.
Okay.
But it starts to paint a picture of if your current single-family fee is $122 and the proposed fee is $1,300. Well, yeah, there are cost increases, but what's really driving that cost? And so if we back out $1,000 of facilities, then we're looking at an increase of about it's less than $100 if we didn't have the facility component. So that's just a point to consider. All right, if we start collecting this money, are we going to actually add about 1,300 square feet, or do we really need to issue debt and build a big station? And if that's the case, maybe it makes sense once you built it to have development sort of retire that debt, so do a cost recovery. But I just want to offer that viewpoint and offer some suggestions on other ways of thinking about this, and not make it seem like this is all set in stone. This is just a work session, so we can show you some options, basically where we are now, ahead of any sort of advertisement and discussion with stakeholders. So any questions with the fire fees? Okay. And I keep doing that. All right. Next up, we have Parks and Recreation. So a single service area, looking at 2 components. So there's developed parkland. There is an amenities component, both using the incremental methodology. If you maintain your existing level of service and grow how we're projecting, you would need to develop 8.5 acres of parkland, and you generate about $4 million for additional park amenities. So this shows, on the left side, this shows your total acreage. So you have about 950 acres. But not all of those are eligible as defined by the statute. So really what we're trying to focus on here is saying, hey, we know you have a lot of land and you have vacant parkland. So, discussions with staff, is, okay, well, maybe we don't need to acquire parkland, which your current fee study does not acquire parkland, because at that time, the discussion was, hey, we have enough vacant where we can improve the land we have. And so really what we're trying to do here is just say, okay, if we have about 98 acres of, developed parkland today, and we want to maintain that level of service, and so we want to be able to, generate fee revenue to make improvements to our existing parks, well then, over the next 10 years, you would need to, improve about 8.5 acres. The assumption here is it's $40,000 per acre to make these improvements. So this, again, it's not land acquisition, it's just, infrastructure costs to make improvements. So this might be, running utilities, it might be, site work. It's not the actual amenities themselves, it's not the land acquisition, it's just, the costs that aren't wrapped up in the, amenity costs. So the improvement of that land to prepare it for amenities. And so, again, you'd need about 8.5 acres, and at $40,000 an acre, it would generate a little over $300,000 in impact fee revenue. For park amenities, this shows your existing amenities. So you have over 1,000. That unit cost is what it would cost in today's dollars to build a softball field or build a pickleball court. And when we take an average of all of your existing amenities, it's a little over $44,000 per unit. And so we use that in the fee calculation. And so if you have a little over 1,000 today, you need to add 92 over the next 10 years. And so that would generate about $4.1 million in impact fee revenue. Again, it's not locking you into a specific amenity. If you start to develop near maybe one park site and you hear the community say, hey, we really want a pickleball court over here, or we need some additional lighting so we can play ball later into the night. That's a perfect use of that, but it's not locking you into any specific project. All right, so again, we just take that cost per person, that cost per job, we multiply it by the demand factors, and so for a single family unit, the proposed fee is about $4,000. Your current fee is about $1,900, and the story here is just cost or construction cost increases compared to your current study. All right, any questions for parks? All right. Finally, we have streets. So again, a single service area. We're looking at a plan-based street improvement component. This is Shea Boulevard. The plan is 3.94 lane miles over the next 10 years at a cost of about $29 million. You'll see how we get to this growth share over the next few slides, but essentially that $29 million, we can justify growth covering almost $9 million of that, and the remainder is the 70% MAG funding to cover existing developments or the MAG share. So this is the travel demand model. Really what's important here is that very bottom line where it shows if you have 70 existing lane miles today, then maintaining the level of service for the next 10 years means you need 5 additional lane miles. But when we look at Shea Boulevard, it's 3.94 lane miles. So we can scale this travel demand model back, which effectively reduces the fee. And so this just shows that. So now we're looking at 3.94 additional lane miles, and all the trip generation factors have been adjusted downward. So it shows slightly less demand from each type of development. This shows the 2 Shea Boulevard projects. So again, 3.94 new lane miles, total cost of $29.3 million. But when we back out the MAG share, it's really $8.8 million that's left. When we calculate the fee, we provide a credit for the existing fund balance, which in May was about $900,000 in the street impact fee fund. And so really what we're doing is just saying, hey, if it's, if the adjusted cost is just under $8 million, we divide that by 3.94 lane miles. So really it's about $2 million per lane mile. Your current IIP uses just below $800,000 per lane mile. And so that's important to really highlight the construction cost increase that we're seeing nationwide over the last few years. But I mean, that's really what's driving, this increase. The proposed fee for a single-family unit is almost $7,000 for streets, and your current fee is about $1,900. And it really comes down to those construction cost increases. So next slide, this shows a summary. So the top, these are the proposed fees. So for a single-family unit, the proposed
Can you go back to
fees-
that slide for a second? You're talking about a tripling of the cost from 1,900 to 7,000, roughly?
Essentially, yeah, because the cost per
Well,
lane
that's going to
mile-
go over real well.
Yeah, and so this is another opportunity, kind of like with the fire facilities discussion of, all right, well, what does it mean for us? Do we look at, stretching this out a little longer? Do we look at, some other funding sources? But really, if you go from 800,000 a lane mile to 2 million a lane mile, even if your level of service is exactly the same, that impact fee would be higher because the cost used to calculate it, has increased from 800,000 to 2 million. And
Yeah.
so it's more of a discussion of, all right, well, do we put all of this, if we want to do all, 3.94 lane miles in the next 10 years, do we put all this on growth? Or do we have another funding mechanism? Or do we sort of stretch this project out and say it's going to serve more future development than over the next 10 years?
I would certainly hope that we find a way to minimize some of those impacts, and I think
Right.
Paul's stepping up to give us more bad news.
Yeah, not bad news.
Just checking.
Just relevant, objective facts, hopefully. So the rise in costs for the Shea Boulevard widening has driven the increase here. So we just recently have talked about that in the public purview, right? That the original estimate we had has more than doubled, up to 6.2 million. That was actually the amount that Ben showed on one of these slides. I might be oh, that's the completely wrong slide. Am I going the right way? Okay. Okay, that's 6.2 million. That's the updated estimate that we just received. So that caused us to reconsider the streets impact fee based on the plan-based approach, right? Because we've been already charging developers to do that project, but we're kind of in the situation now because of the rise in construction, right? We've only raised about $900,000 towards that project. Now with that $6.2 million figure, we're on the hook for about $1.8 million when we, for the 30% share for the town's share. So we're gonna have to, if we do move forward on it this year, which it is in the budget, we're gonna have to cover that additional $900,000 from other funds, which is probably gonna be the capital projects fund. So we're kind of seeing it come to fruition, rise in construction costs. And with that $23 million below is actually a pretty conservative estimate of what we'll do starting in fiscal year 31. Talking to MAG, the earliest we could receive reimbursement for Prop 479 money for that second phase of Shea Boulevard widening would be 2031. Do we need to do it in 2031? Not necessarily, probably gonna be a few years after that, so we have some time to build up those impact fees. But that's actually a very conservative estimate because it is about 3 times the length in lane miles, and we only built in a pretty conservative estimate of 15% total inflation over the next 5 to 6 years. So it looks like a lot, and it is a lot, and it would increase fees, but I would say it's pretty conservative in our approach.
I think one thing that we should try to keep in perspective too is that when you look at the average size of a home in Fountain Hills, it's probably 2,500, 3,000 square feet. So the additional cost per square foot is in the area of $2 a foot, maybe a little bit more than that. So rather than focusing on the doubling of the cost of the developmental fees, I think we ought to make sure that the public knows about, it's a $2 increase per square foot. Unfortunately, what all transpires there. Order of magnitude, I'm hearing $7,000 versus $2 a square foot. I don't want to put a mask on it, but I want to make sure we keep it in perspective, much like we've done with the streets and making sure people understand we can't get enough contractors in town to do the work, and the logistics of all of that go for a long way. So just a comment.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so this is just a comparison. The top is the proposed fees, bottom current fees, and off to the right, you see the difference. And I'll let you look at that for another minute or so. And then we'll switch over and look at the single-family fee comparison. So this shows how you compare with your current and proposed fees to other cities in the valley. So right now you're sort of in the bottom third, and this would put you towards the bottom of the top third. What you'll notice is sort of whoever is the most recent to update sort of jumps near the top. So Phoenix, Peoria, and Buckeye, the most recent to adopt their fees, and they're right there at the top. And it's simply because they're taking into account the much higher construction costs than in their previous fees.
I have a question, please.
Sure.
Fountain Hills, in comparing to the towns that you're comparing them to, a lot of these towns have a heck of a lot more property, land to build out, roads to add, et cetera, and larger population, a larger need, So I guess I'm asking, how did you look at that in relationship to like Fountain Hills and its population and anticipated growth, et cetera, compared to others? Because I would think that it's going to look high for us because we are smaller and we have less land to build, et cetera. So is that a reasonable way of looking at it, or can you explain this chart a little bit better?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
So the level of service calculation is going to change for every community, because no one's going to have the exact same, lane miles per person or, park acreage per person. But the costs are usually pretty similar. For, a fire station, we're, generally looking at, 1,000 to 1,300 a square foot. For, a police cruiser, anywhere from, 70,000 to 110,000. So those types of things don't generally vary too much between communities, but it's the level of service that's really going to drive this. And if a community has a higher level of service in something and they're just wanting to maintain that level of service, well, their fees in theory should be higher than a similar community with a lower level of service paying the same costs. And I mean, I've said this so many times in public hearings across the country over the last few years. It's the construction costs. I mean, they have skyrocketed. 5 years ago, I remember being in a stakeholder meeting in Buckeye, and they were the first one to use $500 a square foot in a fire facility fee, and I remember stakeholders saying, "Hey, that's really a lot of money." And now we're 1,000, we're 1,300. So I mean, it's really these construction costs that if your level of service was exactly the same between studies, that construction cost increase is going to drive your fees up. And so it's a discussion of how do we fund this? If we know we have to provide infrastructure, then who pays for these growth-related costs? Is it growth or is it existing development?
Right, and there's no premium charge or factored into this because we are a smaller community and we're landlocked basically in some degree. So it's basically truly just based on construction costs, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, you already partially explained this. I'm just hoping I can get some good news out of it. The difference between the single family and the multifamily fees being because less people live in larger amount of space than more people, and well, you get what I'm trying to say. What you said earlier. Is there any way to mitigate that difference? Because I think with our stakeholder meetings, there's going to be a little bit of a concern toward I happen to be aware that there's developers who are under the impression that they get punished for if they were to build a single family home. There's that incentive to build multifamily because smaller development fees, there's different. There's other incentives offered in other communities, and I'm just trying to figure out if there's some kind of solution to make those two numbers look a little bit more similar, because right now, single family is nearly double the fee for a multi-family.
Yeah, and I was trying to read tiny font. Yeah, I mean, for parks and for fire, it's based on the occupants per unit. So you're really only looking at 0.7 additional people in a single-family unit compared to a multifamily unit. I mean, when you look at these, these proposed, the fire and parks, they're not that different. It's really on the, street side where you're seeing that big, and that's because single-family units generate more vehicle trips, about double the amount of vehicle trips than a multifamily unit. And so it's, it's hard to get around that. And it just, on average, there are more vehicles available in a single-family unit compared to a multifamily unit. Generally, there are more drivers. So, I mean, it's hard to get past that. And, we're using, national data that says, on average, a single-family unit is, 9.5 trip-ins per day, and a multifamily unit is just over 4. I mean, that's really where you see the big difference here. And it just happens that it's on the fee category that is the most expensive. And so I think, a way to do this, and this is, Paul sort of alluded to this, is looking at the timing of this, and does it make sense for both Shea Boulevard projects in this proposed IIP, or do we look at maybe one, and then, if you funded that, the remainder of this first phase over the next 5 years, then maybe you could focus on the next one in your next update. But then there's the risk of, the cost coming in even higher next time, and then you haven't collected anything towards that new project. And so it sort of snowballs, but eventually someone has to pay for, the growth-related improvements. And so it's, just trying to figure out, what is that balance that, you as a community, can handle.
Thank you. Did you say the average trips between single family, multifamily? Did you say you're using a national average for that?
Yeah, it's a national average. We can do a local average, but historically in the Phoenix area, it ends up making the single family higher because...
Really?
Yes. Because it's so spread out that people are driving more, they have to go more places. So it does generally help in the Phoenix area if we use the national trip generation rates. We can definitely look at it and see if maybe with the most recent census data, if maybe there's enough of a shift where maybe it maybe it doesn't follow this trend, and maybe it's slightly lower. But I'd be surprised if, we saw more than like a 10% discount.
Thank you. I just, as a comment, I'm fascinated by that because if we have, we'll throw out a random number, 30 people living in a multifamily unit, and each of them are going to work, and then the single family of 5 is somehow having more car trips in and out. I just find it odd.
Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that and see if, with updated census data, if there's an adjustment to that.
I just had a clarifying question. It kind of goes along with what the Vice Mayor was just talking about. Ben, maybe you can help us define it. We were sort of talking about, it says, fees per unit. And if a multifamily has, is it 30 units in it? Is there a standard number? Because some multifamilies are quadplexes, right? There are 4 or 5. I go, at what point, if you have an apartment complex of 100 units, are they paying as a single unit, or is it per, how does that get
So they would pay
mathed?
for every unit, because we're saying for the life cycle of this single unit, this is the infrastructure cost related to it.
Okay, so if I have if I'm a developer and I build a 100-unit apartment complex, I'm paying this number times 100?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that may clarify a little bit about what you're in terms of incentivizing a single family versus a multi-family facility. I'm also going to chime in that it's a few minutes after 5 and our next meeting starts at 5:20. So I just wanted to keep everybody aware of the time.
And that is the final slide. So any other questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks so much, Ben.
Can I get a motion for adjournment? Second. All in favor? Aye.
Mayor, 7-0.
We are starting a little bit early tonight. We have 2 sessions before we get to our regular council meeting. So with that, we're going to take consideration for possible action for approving the minutes for the Cottonwood Maintenance District. And I'll ask the town clerk for a roll call, please.
Chair Friedel,
Present.
Vice Chair Larrabee,
Present.
Board Member Earl,
Present.
Board Member Calavianakis,
Here.
Board Member Watts,
Present.
Board Member McMahon, and Board Member Skellcorn.
Okay, and as I mentioned, we're looking to approve the minutes for the Cottonwood District. Are there any comment cards, town clerk?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve the minutes for May 6, 2025.
Second.
Opening the public hearing for this.
Chairman, we need to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, vote. Roll
Do you-
call, please.
Roll call. Board Member Watts,
Aye.
Board Member McMahon, Board Member Calavianakis,
Aye.
Board Member Earl,
Aye.
Board Member Skellcorn, Vice Chair Larrabee,
Aye.
Chair Friedel,
Aye.
Chair 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to open a public hearing now. Rachel?
Thank you, Chairman. We have Paul here to introduce the budget for our Cottonwoods Maintenance District this year.
Thank you, Rachel. Chairman and Board, this is the second of 3 meetings for the Cottonwoods Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2026 budget and tax levy. The final fiscal year 2026 budget includes $15,605 for landscaping in the district, administrative costs and supplies with some contingency built in. And the other thing to note is in the 3rd meeting planned for June 17th, the board will consider the tax levy and assessment on the 58 parcels within the district. And so with that, I'm here to answer any questions you have. And that's it.
Seeing no questions, can I get a motion for approval?
I'd like to move to adopt Resolution CMD 2025-02.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Board Member Earl,
Aye.
Board Member Skellcorn, Board Member McMahon, Board Member Calavianakis,
Aye.
Board Member Watts,
Aye.
Vice Chair Larrabee,
Aye.
Chair Friedel,
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. And I think, Justin, you're next with professional services agreement.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and board members, I'm here tonight to ask for approval for a professional service and agreement for the next several years for the Cottonwoods Maintenance District. As you will note in the staff report, the vendor selected is not the lowest number available. However, one of the vendors left several blanks in the bid process, and blank spaces when it comes to funding is just not good management practices. So we went with the next lowest, but complete submittal. As a reminder, this year, we are asking for some additional funding from the ratepayers to cover landscaping issues that have piled up over the last 15 or 20 years. There have not been any new trees, plants, or shrubs in this area. As they have died or been destroyed or damaged by vehicle crashes, they've simply not been replaced. And that particular area along Saguaro and Grande certainly does not reflect some of the other areas in town and meet our landscape standards. So over the next several years, we will begin to repair irrigation and plant the appropriate trees and shrubs based on the guidelines from our planning and zoning and adopted policies. With that, if you have any questions related to the agreement or the bidding process, I will do my best to answer them.
Seeing no questions, Town Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
No, Chairman.
Any further discussion? No.
I'd like to approve the professional services agreement 2025-069 with Verde Valley Landscaping, not to exceed $50,000 over the life of the agreement.
Can we get a second?
Will second it.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Board Member Calavianakis,
Aye.
Board Member Watts,
Aye.
Board Member Earl,
Aye.
Board Member McMahon, Board Member Skillicorn.
Yes.
Chair Larrabee, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Larrabee,
Aye.
Chair Friedel,
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. And can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
And a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, and our second meeting tonight is for the Eaglewood District. Eagle Mountain, I'm sorry. So we're going to talk about a consideration of approving the minutes for the Eagle Mountain Community Facilities District for May 6th. Roll call, please.
Chair Friedel,
Present.
Vice Chair Larrabee,
Present.
Board Member Earl,
Present.
Board Member Calavianakis,
Here.
Board Member Watts,
Present.
Board Member McMahon, and Board Member Skillicorn.
Town Clerk, are there any comment cards?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Board Member Watts. Board Member McMahon. Board Member Calavianakis.
Aye.
Board Member Earl.
Aye.
Board Member Skillicorn. Vice Chair Larrabee.
Aye.
And Chairman Friedel.
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. And now I'd like to open a public hearing for possible action on a resolution for the final budget for Eagle Mountain. Rachel?
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, we have Paul here to present the Eagle Mountain CFD budget for this year.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Chairman and Board, this is the final fiscal year 2026 budget for Eagle Mountain CFD. We budgeted $200 for public notice requirements, and as you see on the screen, the final bond payment was made back in 2021, so there's no tax levy required for fiscal year 2026. And again, as mentioned at the last meeting, staff will likely recommend closing this community facilities district next year. So with that, I'm available for any questions you have.
Seeing none, are there any comment cards, Town Clerk?
No, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
And is there any other further discussion on this item?
I would just like to move to adopt resolution EMCFD 2025-02.
We have a motion. I need a second, please.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Board Member Earl.
Aye.
Board Member Skillicorn. Board Member McMahon. Board Member Calavianakis.
Aye.
Board Member Watts.
Aye.
Vice Chair Larrabee.
Aye.
And Chair Friedel.
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. And can I get a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. So before we go into our next meeting, anybody that's here to comment on the Palomino reconstruction, that will be on agenda item 8A. That is part of our budget talk, so it is on the agenda for tonight. So if you have a comment card that you want to fill out, we'll be taking comments on 8A. And with that, we'll move into our meeting. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing if you choose for the moment of silence. And tonight's moment of silence, I would like to have that honor the people in Boulder, Colorado that were attacked with a terror attack in our country. We stand behind our Jewish community and their brothers and sisters up in Boulder, Colorado. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And we'll start with our reports by mayor, council members, and town manager. Rachel?
Mayor, do we need a roll call before we get going?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, a roll call would be nice.
Mayor Friedel,
Present.
Vice Mayor Larrabee,
Present.
Councilmember Earl,
Present.
Councilmember Calavianakis,
Here.
Councilmember Watts,
Present.
Councilmember McMahon,
Here.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Okay, Rachel.
All right, let's try that again. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We have a nice crowd here tonight. I have two quick things. I wanted to first thank the many volunteers in our local veteran community for moving flag display and service honoring our fallen heroes for Memorial Day this past week. So I know we had a lot of folks out, and our parks and our avenue looked very patriotic, and it was very moving. In other news, we just announced this week that we have introduced Misty, our new AI-powered chatbot, which is available on our website. I think we sent something out. There's some information about it online. But Misty's here to help answer common questions, guide you to the information you need, and make navigating our services quicker and easier anytime, day or night. This new feature is part of our ongoing effort to improve access, enhance communication, and provide faster support to all residents and visitors. Whether you're looking for permit information, meeting schedules, or just helping find the right department, Misty is ready to assist. We hope you find the new tool useful, but it is new, and as always, we're always welcome for feedback as we continue to improve the online experience. So if you haven't had a chance yet, you should hop on and ask questions. Mayor, I know you've had a chance to, and it's pretty entertaining. And she's very smart.
It is, and it's a great enhancement for the town.
Yes, and she's very smart. That's what I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Earl?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I had a really, I wanted to say that my husband and I enjoyed eating at Euro Pizza Saturday night while we got to watch, and with some people in the audience here. Hey. And it was nice seeing the kids at the splash pad and the parents under the shade structure that's being used with all of them. So thank you. And also, not only is June 14th, which is coming up, Flag Day, but it's also the 250th anniversary of our Army, the U.S. Army, which is the largest branch of the U.S. military and was formed more than a year before our Declaration of Independence was issued. That's it for me. Thanks.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's good to be here tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's for the people at home. Once again, we have almost a capacity crowd. And it's so nice to see the people in Fountain Hills are engaged in their local government. That is the key to good governance, is civic awareness. Also, welcome to the people on Cox Channel 11, YouTube, and live streaming. Went to a Memorial Day service. Actually, not in Fountain Hills, it was in Gilbert, because a member of the Desert Valley Community Winds Band, our band was invited to play there. So I got to spend that morning with the services and remembrance services with the Town Council of Gilbert. And I actually got to play for them, which was kind of nice. Later that afternoon, we did the Taps Across America Remembrance on last Monday afternoon. And once again, that was, I think, the 4th year we've done that now. And it's just very special. We had a nice program with patriotic music. We sang hymns, had service sets for all the branches of the military. And then we did taps at 3 o'clock. I served this past week on the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee as far as the Arizona cities and towns. We talked about two different things: to amend the home rule the provisions of the Arizona and amend the Constitution. That was tabled for further study. The second one we did was property disposition donations from larger municipalities to smaller municipalities. That one went to further study, but I don't think that's going to pass, because there's implications of the gifting clause, which is a legal issue that wasn't addressed, that we addressed, and there's a possible problem there. Also, I had the Arizona, the public safety, military, and courts. We did, again, we discussed the Arizona public safety personal budget system and how to expand that to various different entities. Again, that was sent to a possible resolution, which will go to a committee that'll be studied and go to possible legislation in the Arizona legislature. And so those committee meetings are very exciting. I really like being a part of that. And that's my report today. Thank you.
Councilman Watts?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to need a couple of extra minutes if you don't mind. So I attended the GPEC recap and understand that GPEC looks at larger organizations, can bring a bigger footprint, bring more employment. So I hope to work with Amanda to make sure that we can maybe ask them to look at a little smaller ones that would fit our venues better. Provided updates and met with John, our Director of Building Services, and Dan Kovacevic to talk about the 5G update. We provided definitions, 80-some definitions, and we'll see how many of them actually make the final cut. The Mayor's Coffee, attended that. And today it was TAMA, and understand their concerns about the development on the Avenue of the Fountain. But the more important issue that I wanted to talk about was that occupied the majority of my time this week was responding to the numerous reporters that had questions about Councilman Calavianakis' letters and emails reporting on the egregious actions of the town council. I'd like to take a minute to address the absurd drivel made by Calavianakis.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order. This is out of line.
This is not part of what we're talking about.
I hear your point of order. It is not recognized right now. Councilman Watts, please continue.
Published on the Democratic
I assume
Club.
I'll have a chance to respond.
Councilman Watts, please continue.
On the Democratic and Facebook pages, the opinion section of the Fountain Hills Independent, and several other news organizations around the state. Curiously, not one inquiry from the Fountain Hills Independent about my position and why. Even as late as last night, Calavianakis was still stirring the pot with Facebook's warnings of pending dire consequences. Before I go on, I'll repeat and affirm my statement that Calavianakis FOIA'd for the benefit of anyone who has not seen the headlines. I quote, I am dissatisfied with the Times reporting and believe it is time to reconsider the reporter's table. If the Times personnel cannot report impartially and based on facts without resorting to sensational headlines and biased coverage of the council and various commissions, then there is no reason to provide any special seating accommodation, end quote. To be clear, my statement was in no way, shape, or form intended to imply any suppression of freedom of speech or freedom of press. All news organizations are welcomed and encouraged to attend and report on all public meetings by taking a seat with and in the audience. No special meeting should favor one organization over another. This council is and will continue to strive to make decisions based upon the totality of public input and sentiment, regardless of political affiliations, and should not be misled or misinformed by sensationalized headlines or talking points taken out of context. Taking comments out of context, embellishing, and giving favor to either side of the aisle is not acceptable or supported in a town that supports its council being nonpartisan. The claims of retaliation, retribution, punitive actions are ludicrous. There's no legal requirement to provide special seating arrangements for reporters beyond what is provided to all residents and non-residents, open seating for all public meetings.
Councilwoman McMahon? We have a meeting. Okay, that can wait till after the meeting. I'm sorry, continue, please.
The claims of retaliation, retribution, and punitive actions are ludicrous. There's no legal requirement to provide special seating arrangements for reporters beyond what is provided to all residents and non-residents, open seating for all public meetings. Fair and equal treatment for all. Fair and balanced reporting is hoped for and is essential for true transparency and public confidence. Even the White House press room has seating that offers no advantage to one organization over another. All reporters are and should be treated fairly and evenly. I believe that Calavianakis' comments are simply attacks and distractions designed to set the stage for her reported pending candidacy for mayor. The simple tactic of disparaging and making other candidates look questionable in the eyes of the voters. Tried and true or not, I believe that the voters of Fountain Hills will see.
This is actually a political speech now. He is out of order, and you are out of order, and you are out of order. This is a political speech. where people are trying to assume that I am what my rationale is to run for the mayor.
You have not been recognized by the chair. Will you please stop?
This is completely unprecedented, Mr. Mayor, to let somebody ramble on like this, and what was supposed to be the things that we have done in the last week.
This has been very time-consuming for me. I don't know about you. It seems like it.
Well, when people stick their
I
foot in their
believe
mouth
that the voters of
deeply,
Fountain Hills
then
will
yeah.
see through the efforts of what the
Parliamentarian.
accusations really are, false narratives. Is this what we should expect during the upcoming election cycle? I, for one, support focusing on issues that directly affect the town and our residents. I believe that Councilmember Kalavinakis owes the town of Fountain Hills, its residents and council members, an apology for making such outlandish and unfounded comments, denigrating the council members and thereby the town of Fountain Hills. By the way, there is a Facebook posting that asks when I will apologize for the statement that I made about the reporter's table. My answer is simple: never. Thank you.
Town attorney?
No, I was,
Town attorney?
we do have to be careful about limiting the scope of current events to current events and matters pertaining thereto. There can't be any debate, and when we're starting to cross that line, so cease it right now.
Thank you. Councilman Skillicorn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wish everyone a happy Veterans Appreciation Month, and also I'm really interested in the emails I've been receiving. We had a lot of residents that talking about street repairs and their opinions. I want to thank you for your input, and your voices are heard, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to discuss that this evening. Thank you.
Councilwoman McMahon?
Thank you. I remember a couple of weeks ago that you made a point that we only had a short period of time, and our comments had to pertain to what we were doing for council, and not personal, not political, and other things. And I object to what just happened because I think it was inappropriately stated up here, regardless of how I feel either way, But I would appreciate it in the future if you would stick to the rules you set. And thank you very much. And also, when either of us want to speak, being recognized. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, everybody. Hoping you had a wonderful Memorial Day. The service was absolutely gorgeous. Thank you to our Rotary Club and anyone else who may have helped for setting out the flags around the fountain. It was gorgeous. And to our mayor for lighting the fountain red, white, and blue. I also wanted to say a congratulations to the Fountain Hills Falcons class of 2025. They had their graduation recently. And, I got to say the responding to comments has taken up some of my time the past couple weeks too, but I think Councilman Watt said it best, so I'll leave it at that.
Do I get a moment to respond?
Can you wait till I'm done with my report? Thank you. There's no debate. So we did have a busy period of time. The town manager and I met with the sister cities people, and it was really a great meeting, and we learned a lot about sister cities and what their plans are for the future, so we appreciated that. I met with the mounted deputies from MCSO, and I got my junior deputy badge, and I have it on here tonight. So it's part of our visibility initiative in the town. MCSO is going to be much more visible in our community. They've had the mounted deputies out a couple of times now, and starting in June, I think Captain Thomas is going to tell us about some other things that are happening with our visibility initiative in the town. So it's really good to have that cooperation and connection with our Sheriff's Department. And I want to give a shout out to all the people who helped at the Falcon Fiesta decorating. There were a lot of us that were there at 8 o'clock on Friday morning, the day of the graduation. I was also at the graduation as well, and it was really a nice ceremony, and I couldn't believe how many people turned out for that. So that was really, really nice. I attended the SRP PIC luncheon in Tempe with mayors from a couple of other cities, and that was a great fireside chat. We all have some same issues that we're dealing with in towns, and we also have some differences. So it was good to learn a lot about the city of Mesa and Queen Creek, and we appreciated the opportunity to be there. We had the sweet corn market that was this Saturday, and that's running every Saturday now until June 29th. So that was packed as well, and a lot of vegetables and goodies there. They had 25 different vendors down there, so that's really well presented. And we had a recent meeting with the President Sandra Batea from Fort McDowell just this week to introduce ourselves and meet her. She's new on the job, I'm new on the job, so it was really a good meeting. And we're planning a future meeting coming up with their council and our council as well. So that would be, we're looking forward to that, working together with them. We have a lot of things in common, and they're right next door to us, so we're good neighbors. Memorial Day was a great day in the town of Fountain Hills. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, the Rotary, and I was out with them, we set up over 4,000 flags around our fountain and down the avenue. And it's such a tremendous look and such an honor to be able to do that with these people. We also had the Memorial Day ceremony at our war memorial. And by the way, our road was just about done. The second layer was just about finished on the repavement on that road. So the timing was perfect. The ceremony was outstanding, and it was literally standing room only there. So it was great to see so many people come out and honor and be a part of that Memorial Day ceremony there. So, and as Rachel mentioned, Misty is off and running. So this is something that the town has been working on talking about for several years, a redesign of the website and also making it easier for our residents to navigate that website. So you can go out there, you can ask a question. So I want to give kudos to Mike Pelton, who is our public information officer, and the guy who's in charge of this and getting this done for this town. It's been long needed and very well received so far. So thank you. That's all I have.
May I have a moment to address the allegations against you, Mr. Mayor?
We're not having discussion.
So he gets to say his spiel, but I don't get to respond.
It's not a discussion.
Thank you. What's happening here is it's obvious that the finger is on the scale of the justice in this town, and the mayor is giving favor to his friends, and he is punishing who he perceives his enemies.
Councilwoman,
and I think that is
you're out of order.
Shocks the conscience.
You're
and
out of order.
Everybody can see what's happening here, Jerry.
You're out of order. They can read everything you have in the papers and online. That's enough. Now we'll move on to our presentations, and I think Rachel.
Mayor, first up we have Captain Thomas. He's our new captain here in District 7. This is his first time addressing the council and sharing an update.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Being his first time, which means he doesn't know our protocol or our AV plans here. So, thanks, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Manager, Council. I'm glad to be here. First time since I've got to speak to you officially from the podium since I've taken over since March. And I'd like to start off by voicing, a lot of people don't get to hear this, but behind the scenes, stepping into this position, learning about Fountain Hills, getting to know the community, and working together with the town department heads, the manager has been an amazing experience so far. So I'm really glad to be able to sit here and give a little bit of update on MCSO and continue going forward. I think a lot of good things are coming and a lot of good things are in the works. Brief overview. I have a few slides here, but this isn't going to be a real long presentation. I'm working with the town manager and the mayor in general on putting together some regular reporting that shows what the town is experiencing as far as calls for service and topics that are popping up. As you see here, we have 20 deputies assigned here to what we call our District 7 substation. 7 sergeants, 2 of them are specialized in internal and admin positions, And then we have 2 deputy service aides, and they're really good for freeing up our deputies to respond to other calls for service that don't require a sworn officer presence, to help out at accidents and kind of free up our personnel to go to take the more priority calls for service. A bit of good news I got today is that we're getting ready to onboard a brand new deputy service aide, and this gentleman is a Fountain Hills resident, so it'll be nice. Hopefully we can get him on and going before July, but at the latest, early July, he will be on board and out there in the community. One of the things I do whenever I move in, oh, let me follow up with that. We do also, I don't know if it's been reported to the town before, but we do have a co-responder that's assigned to District 7 for Fountain Hills. Co-responder is somebody with mental health training and are available to go to some of these calls, because we get called to so many things on a regular basis that might not be, I don't know, a traditional law enforcement approach might not be the best approach for that situation. That's where these co-responders come in. And looking at what we have personnel-wise, ability-wise, is one of the things I take a look at when I step in as the commander at a new division. I do not, audit's not the best term, but it's the one I can think of right now, but a good look under the hood and see what the town is facing, what we're responding to on a regular basis, and how to best use those resources. We'll start off with the calls for service. Just for anybody that doesn't know, calls for service, somebody's calling in, we get word from somewhere else, or sometimes it could just be our deputies out there seeing something and letting dispatch know that they're responding. We categorize those in priority 1, 2, and 3. Priority 1 is the obvious, like, hey, there's an emergency, I need help right away, get over here. Priority 2, things like suspicious persons, vehicle accidents with injuries. Priority 3 would be your typical alarms, property crime reports where there's no suspect or anybody there, community service events, and patrol vacation watches. As I go to the next slide, you'll see a priority 4 one. Basically, that's just our guys off duty. So one of the things I thought would be interesting to the town and the board is our response times for Fountain Hills. The majority of Fountain Hills falls within 3 beats, and those are called 741, 742, 743. So if you guys can see the chart there, the priority 1, when the emergency calls, our dispatch time for the time the person calls in till that dispatcher gets that call out to our patrol units, that average time, it shows right there, 58 seconds. Response time, 3 minutes. Now you'll see the difference between priority 1, 2, and 3, that the average time on scene and average total time, there'll be a big difference there. Sometimes we'll be on those scenes for hours. Obviously, if those are big priority incidents where people are arrested or evidence is being collected, we're going to be at the scene a long time on those. So 741, for those that don't know, you think about Saguaro and Shea and downtown Fountain Hills, Fire Rock, Eagle Mountain communities. 742 is going to be the west of Fountain Hills Boulevard, pretty much. And you'll see the times for response for priority 1, 2, and 3, pretty consistent, but on that bottom table, you'll see that the calls for service for priority 1, there's just 2 of them. So with those lower numbers, that can really affect the average. This 743 beat is north of Golden Eagle Boulevard. And again, the big takeaway here is our response to those priority 1 traffic calls. Now, along the lines of me looking at this in the big picture and trying to allocate our resources, I go and I kind of dig into the numbers to the reports that I can access and kind of glean whatever data I can to make the best decisions for how we run the district. So this is just a interest topic here. I started from January until about mid-May when I produced this report to see kind of how we fell for our event numbers, meaning a deputy's called to something, a deputy sees something and reports that they're on a call. That's what those numbers represent, and that's by each month. And you see, that was about halfway through May. So as you can see, our table is pretty steady here. We hit March, jumped up a little bit, but we hit about the same amount of numbers of events each month. And this is just a little further to show kind of what days of the week we are more tasked. Our guys are busier than other days, and that just gives me a different view and different ways to show the same type of activity that I'm looking for. You guys can see that green area right there for all of 2025 from beginning of January till mid-May. That'll show you that we really get started about 8, 9 o'clock with our calls for service, and it peaks at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's consistent across all the measurements that I was looking at, was that 8, 9 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then we did it by day of the week. So what this does is help me whenever I have to put together a schedule change. And that's what I did when I come in. We talked about how we were gonna set up the schedule to try to address some other topics that come up. So what we did is we switched our district to 410s and 313s. And what that did is it gave us the ability to reallocate resources we already had in a different way. And that new schedule is going to get started on June 9th. Now, I didn't want to not bring some stat information to you guys on kind of what's going on. So I did grab 24 and 25 comparison. And as I look at the major, and this slide isn't up here, so I apologize for not having that ready for you guys. But the major crime indicators that everybody's interested in whenever they get these reports, we're showing that we're pretty consistent across the board. And those major crime indicators are assault, theft, burglary, motor vehicle thefts, things like that. For our top 20 calls for service, in general, those are at the bottom of the list for us as Fountain Hills, which kind of reintegrates that, Fountain Hills is a safe community. We're not changing a lot year from year. And what I do have our Intel analysts working on is a 3-year study. I saw that one was done for the board in the town years ago. And what it did is it compared Fountain Hills, Mesa, Tempe, other towns, even in the West Valley, that were similar population demographic size, and compared all of those with each other. And when I was looking at that old report, it was pretty consistent with this, which also said, Fountain Hills is a very, very safe community. But I got that working on. I should have that for you guys first quarter of 26 and be able to provide some interesting information. So now that we're going to start this new schedule, we have Squad 5. I talked about reallocating resources. This Squad 5 we're going to use to kind of enhance our community-oriented policing and engagement. And by doing that, the Squad 5 will overlap with some of our regular daily patrol functions and give us the ability to kind of target topics that pop up. The mayor and I had a couple discussions about the visibility initiative and how all this works together to address issues like vandalism, thefts, and what we're going to be able to do with our mounted patrol, our bike patrol, and foot patrol in some of these areas is just increase that presence all around. Where our Squad 5 guys will be working with our Chamber of Commerce, where we go down and talk to them, talk to the business owners, get with the community, and we'll be able to take all this information that we get to be proactive whenever we do patrol and hit hot spots. As I said, the flexible working hours by Squad 5 will give us the ability to adjust as things come up and, focus where we need to. Now, when I look into what's going on, the reports that we get, the summaries from the incident reports that come in, I'm looking for trends. And one of the things that were really concerning whenever I would review these reports was it seemed to me I was seeing a lot of financial crime problems coming up, especially with the community here in Fountain Hills, especially. So across the board, there's been an uptick in financial crime problems. For example, there was a couple of them recently here with our residents that the crime totaled over $1 million of money that people were scammed out of. Those investigations, as I'm sure everybody is aware, are very hard to investigate. They take us back, if we can even get back, to people in the big three like China, India, Russia. And, obviously the ability for us to go and bring justice to these people that have been wronged is very limited. So the best thing we could do is get out in front of it and get information out there, let people know, be suspicious of everything. Here's how they are doing these things. We talked about earlier in the beginning, I think the town manager brought up AI that we were using for the town. Well, AI is used on the negative side too. There was a recent release in the last 3 months of, I don't know if it was Google or what, but an engine that produces AI, and now it's gotten so good, it's really difficult to differentiate that if you're not paying super close attention. And that's just another avenue. These people are not going to stop trying to find new innovative ways to get money out of people. And for like Detective Roberts here, who investigates these things, it's heartbreaking because you're talking to somebody that's worked their whole life and they're out $80,000, $90,000, $1 million that we'll probably likely never see again. But with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and ask Detective Roberts to come up and talk a little bit about it. And then after he's done, I'll give a little bit of information, answer any questions that you guys might have.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate the time to talk to you all about this. We are investigating several crimes, but in addition to the investigations, we're actually running programs to actually educate the community about what's going on, how to protect themselves from different types of scams, how they work, and the red flags you need to see in order to understand that these scams are happening. Unfortunately, a lot of these scams that we become involved in are after the fact. The major one that we're actually dealing with right now is it's a courier scam. And what they're actually doing is they're running different scams and having the victim draw out large amounts of money, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 out of the bank, package it up, and somebody comes by to actually take that money from them. In addition to cash, they're actually asked to buy gold. Same thing, they packages it up and a courier comes and picks it up. We've tried to do several different things in order to capture these individuals. Unfortunately, because we're behind the 8 ball constantly, usually the first fraud already happens, then we're notified. We need to get ahead of it, and one of the ways we are going to get ahead of it is by education. And again, that's why not only do I do investigations, or I should say the Financial Crimes Unit for Maricopa County does only investigations, we also do the education. We have a PowerPoint that's about 45 minutes long with about another 15 minutes of questions, and we're trying to give that to every community that we serve, from basically east to west and all over the so that's what we're trying to do. And unfortunately, like the captain said, a lot of these things are overseas, especially the Bitcoin scams or the cryptocurrency scams. These are all overseas. And unfortunately, one of the things that we deal with is there's nothing we can do, only because I have county powers. I don't have state or federal powers. So again, that's why the education is very, very important. We need to get as many ears to listen to this presentations as we can in order to go ahead and try to get ahead of this. My ultimate goal is to have these guys go away penniless, hungry, and homeless, but it's kind of hard to do. So that's what we're looking at, and one of the major takeaways from our presentation is basically, if you don't know the person, do not give them money. I know it sounds very simple, but unfortunately these guys are very, very good at what they do. That's why they continue to do the scams. If you don't know them, I don't care if they're saying, you know, they're your parents or anybody, if they're on the phone, don't give them money. And that's like the major takeaway of the 45-minute presentation. So you got a crash course. So like I said, you just got to be very, very careful, be very alert, and like I said, education is very, very important in this process. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a question, please.
Oh,
Sir?
I'm sorry.
If we would like you to give a presentation, how do we get in contact with you to do that?
We have.
We're-
Sorry.
We already have one planned.
Well, I would like it to know it for myself personally.
Town
as
manager,
well.
would you like to
Thank you.
fill us in on that?
You keep cutting me off.
Councilwoman, we do have a plan in place for a presentation. However, if you'd like more information to be able to present to HOAs or other community
I
groups,
would, thank
we can
you.
certainly get that to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
would be
sir.
nice to get the memo on some of these things.
Thank you everything for what you do. It's really, really important. And I know it's like a hard gig, so to speak, but thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I do have a question for the sergeant as well.
Thank you.
Whatever. Squad 5.
So,
Can I ask you a question about Squad 5 and how it's working? Is it additional people? Is it it's under the contract? Is it costing extra money? Could you please explain that? Thank
absolutely,
you.
ma'am. So the new schedule for Fountain Hills District 7 does not go into effect till June 9th. So with the reallocation of the hours that these guys worked, it gives us the ability to have Squad 5 overlap some of the existing schedules, because with those hours, the 410s and 313s, you can actually do so and cover the 24-hour coverage with less bodies, but still have that extra personnel from the Squad 5 overlap, which gives them the ability to go and do some of these things, go out and be visible, go make these contacts with the business owners in the community. So there's no additional cost. And it officially kicks off on June 9th.
So it's not taking away from any other patrols or anything like that?
Not at all,
Basically,
ma'am.
what you're saying, it's enhancing community services, but in the safest town we have?
It does give us the ability to focus those people on more of these things that I was talking about with the contact in the Chamber of Commerce and going out and taking that information and tailoring our patrol response and our visibility in these specific areas based on that information.
I guess I'm having a little bit of difficulty with it because we're an extremely safe town. And is this like a PR thing, or what's the ultimate result in it? Because
the ultimate result is the connection to the community. So whenever we find out that vandalism is upticked, or something as simple as red light or stop sign runners in a certain area, it gives us the ability to have personnel respond and give time to those exact things that are concerns in the community.
well, thank you for explaining it in that detail, because I was
No
doing
problem.
my best to understand.
Sorry I wasn't more clear.
That's
earlier.
okay. Thank you.
So to piggyback upon Detective Roberts, our first community event will be held on Thursday, June 26th at the Fountain Hills Community Center, 13,001 North Law Montana Drive. I encourage everybody, even though you guys might be very succinct and able to spot these scams, somebody you care about and somebody you love might not be able to. So if you guys can encourage them and even go with people that you know that could fall prey to these things, it would do a world of good. And this isn't going to be the only time we're doing this. This is something that's going to have to be repeated and repeated and repeated just to help, because the Fountain Hills community is targeted because of the makeup of the community, right? So I would encourage everybody to take these opportunities to learn and see what's out there, because sometimes it could be very shocking what you don't know and how good these guys have gotten at this. Any other questions?
Captain, can I ask you one quick question?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You mentioned it's June 26th, correct? At what time again?
Oh, it's from 4 to 6 p.m.
From 4 to 6 at the community center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and for those of us here in this, I wanted to share that we will be working with MCSO to help spread the word. It's free to the community. We'll be using our resources, including our Facebook and other media, to help spread the word so that we can educate our community. And that I want to clarify that you, or I should say MCSO and your staff, are willing to do these presentations again for whether it's for other civic groups or HOAs, whatever we can do to help educate our community on these risks. Is that right?
Absolutely, ma'am. This topic is just exploding, and we welcome the chance to talk to every community and outlet that we can to put this message out there.
Wonderful. We'll work to make sure that the community knows how to get a hold of you to make those, to schedule that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation, Rachel.
All right, our next presentation is from Amanda Jacobs. It's our Economic Development third quarter update.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As Manager Goodwin mentioned, this is our third quarter update from January through March of this year. In full transparency to council, the public, whoever's viewing at home, the packet that has been posted has been updated by me. During the different slides, I will say what I have added, and also stay at the edge of your seats because I have a big announcement that I will be sharing. And with the mayor's permission, if you feel like clapping, you may. Thank you, Councilmember Skillcorn. He's getting ready. Well, so as always, we talk about business attraction, and so Cafe Bliss, there's been a lot of stuff on social media. If you have not been there, I encourage you to. So they do breakfast and lunch, and if you like a good quiche, I've tried a quiche. It's very tasty. And so they have filled a part of the former SIPS location, so not the full, so there is an extra vacancy there. On business attraction, new openings, Arizona Legacy Builders LLC has opened, obtained a business license. They are located on the Avenue. There are 5 employees, and so they do custom design and building for commercial and residential. As always, I do see a lot of new faces. I don't go over all the coming soon, so the font that is in black has been discussed previously, but we just received word, so getting some building permits ready, working on a business license, but right next to Georgie's, again on the Avenue, so excited to see the Avenue filling up. Snowbird Ice Cream is hoping to open by July 4th, so stay tuned for that. All right, y'all, so get ready. There has been so Councilmember Earl was questioning me last quarter because I was saying there's something, and so she's like, well, what is it? I'm like, well, I can't tell you. You just have to trust me. And so just some background. Again, when a private developer is handling negotiations, when we're dealing with private parties, sometimes we don't move so fast, and the government gets blamed. But again, I've been here 3.5 years. Everybody has said, Amanda, we need another specialty grocery store. So with that said, ta-da! So that is exciting. So some people told me we're gonna believe it when we see it, this news. So this will actually, the Sprouts Farmers Market is going to be a new building, folks. This is not filling a vacancy. It will be at the Four Peaks Plaza Shopping Center. And the catalyst for this over 23,000 square foot is because of our rezoning last year. And so with economic development, sometimes we have to change because of market conditions. And so I just applaud the council, Sandor the developer, because why we're talking about this and going to bring this service potentially at the end of the year, just depending on documents, or early next year, they'll begin construction. So also want to, so this is, I know, not the best image because it was on a site plan. So the site plan has been, I know, see, I own it. So the site plan was submitted by Sandor on behalf of the tenant, Sprouts. And so you'll see proposed Sprouts Farmers Market. And so that, again, is going to be a new building close to where the former Streets of New York was. So I now can tell you the reason why Sandor, again, I have nothing to do with this, although sometimes I get blamed. Thank you, it's private development. But this is why Sandor asked the Streets of New York, as well as Subway, why they were renegotiating a lease, because they both did receive a renewal, to just, could you switch over a little bit? And I know sometimes it's hard, but with the economic development world, these things happen. And so with this new building, what this means for the town is one-time permit fees, one-time construction sales tax, one-time, if you're at the workshop, development impact fees. We still have our food tax in place. And so as we get closer through this process, we will do an economic impact analysis just on this one. And so as we're speaking, I'm not sure if you see our PIO Pelton, but he will be blasting this all over socials because we're so excited. Tomorrow we'll be issuing a press release. And so y'all, these are positive things. Positive things are happening in our community. As an employee, as a resident, this is the stuff we should be talking about. All right. All right, so business retention and expansion. We continue our program in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. And as always, again, for the public, we rotate a council member. In this quarter, Councilmember McMahon and Councilmember Calavianakis has joined me. Councilmember Calavianakis has one more. And then we have the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn will be up, Councilmember Earl, and then Councilmember Watts. So hang tight. And then we're actually in our 4th year of doing an 8-week printed campaign, again in partnership with the Chamber. This is printed in the Fountain Hills Times. And so again, just trying to promote the importance on shopping locally. So again, when this Sprouts opens, we want you shopping at this Sprouts, not the one on Shea and 92nd or 90th, because again, and I said this last year and you're like, I've never heard of the term, but that's sales tax leakage. When you're going to Scottsdale, Fountain Hills doesn't collect it. We can't track you as a resident. So you need to be shopping in our Sprouts when it opens. Again, we'll kind of blow by some of these slides, again, just showing this to continue to show supply-demand issue. We continue to be over 90%. And so what that always means, it's if I want to rent an apartment next month, I may not have an option. I would have to go to Scottsdale or Mesa. Which is why, again, last year, council loved this, what's in the pipeline, and so we've continued to share this. So again, on this slide, I did make an update on Malta and Saguaro that is now under construction. And so there's about 4 projects under construction. You can see on some of these, the application hasn't been submitted. So another question I always get asked, so the Four Peaks Village, which again is at the Four Peaks Plaza, we have not received a formal submittal. We're hoping that happens soon. Again, it will happen because of Sprouts. They have also submitted their sign package for that whole commercial center. And so that has already been reviewed by staff and has been shipped off to the applicant, which would be Sandor. And then going back real quickly with that site plan, I want to give kudos to our team because sometimes we get beat up on our review times. But so it's already been reviewed by staff in 11 business days. The average with municipalities is 20 days. So our team really is a rock star. And guess what? All of this is public transparency because we have to track it within our portal, which is called TOPS. Moving on, our vacancy rate. So again, if anybody's new, so that second one, column you'll see is the second quarter staff, so we compare that to the last column. But again, with transparency, in CoStar, we don't receive the most accurate numbers because some of our commercial businesses, for some reason, decide not to list their vacancy, if you will, and they'll use a cardboard box. And so it doesn't really help us. And so sometimes as staff, we're having to manually go and find those vacancies. Marketing, so we've continued to add placements in Arrived and Experience Arizona magazine. That has been paid through tourism dollars through the Arizona Office of Tourism, our Prop 302. We've received media coverage, of course, on events, and then our International Dark Sky Discovery Center. Marketing, so something new, and again, when you see the Naturally Fountain Hills videos, we've been working with Debbie Clayson with Clayson Communications, which is a local business. And so we're doing historical videos. And so there's 6 videos specifically on arts and culture. And then the day before the greening of the fountain, and so we've been holding it tight. People have been very eager. You need to release it. We may wait until next year, but she was able to get the original Shamrock Society together. And then so they drank beers and told us stories. How we got to the greening of the fountain. And so very interesting, and hopefully to tease some of that out. And then the whole purpose of doing this too is in talking to Councilmember Skillicorn and the Vice Mayor throughout the years, they're like, it would be so nice to make Irish Fest even bigger or to bring back some of those old traditions. So it's like, let's hear from the gentleman who did it and how can we incorporate it. That second bullet, Fountain Hills Naturally campaign. So last year, we partnered with Gordley Group, who was the awardee for our RFP for our new logo. And so super exciting. So you'll see it's very small, but the American Advertising Awards is national and it can be local. And so that is the largest competition, if you will. So nationally, there's usually 200 participants. Gordley submitted our Naturally campaign, and so I talked about it last quarter, of trying to not just target Fountain Hills, but to target other folks throughout the state of Arizona, for them to think Fountain Hills naturally. So naturally innovative, naturally active. And so they submitted that. There were 80,000 folks that submitted, not 80, not 800, 80,000. And the town of Fountain Hills and Gordley received gold, which is the highest level, and also best in show. So super excited about that. And again, thank you, council, for entrusting staff with the new logo and this campaign. And then speaking of that Irish Fest, so this year there were 10,000 attendees. Want to thank our community services department. And I did receive permission from our recreation manager, Ryan Preston. But when we had our internal marketing team meeting, he said between economic development, of course, Mike's efforts, Mike Pelton, he's like, we may have to back off of some of the advertising we're doing because he's all 10,000. He's like, or we may have to expand the footprint, which is a good problem to have. And so you'll see, again, through Mike's efforts as well as Evolve PR, which is paid through tourism funding, there were 42 mentions. And then we did have a live spot. Partnerships we've mentioned. I'm just going to go past that. All right, the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So there have been questions about that. And so as you know, Mayor Friedel appointed this advisory committee, and I am the staffer. And so with full transparency, each quarter I will be providing an update. The purpose of the committee is as written to attract a major employer or anchor tenant. We have a marketing brochure that is in the works, getting edited. So full, robust marketing brochure, not just our community profile, but showing the quality of life, our business climate, talking about our schools. And then this has been fun. And then we have a good team where I can joke with them on our available sites and buildings. Because all of you know, and I've said it publicly, is we do have an issue when it comes to zoning. And then so we were able to show, because when we think of bioscience and healthcare, but specifically bioscience, you need industrial zoning. And so last month, myself and John Wesley shared what is available. And some of those buildings were built in the 80s. and are very small. We're talking 1,500 square feet. So we have a problem, but my joke to the committee was, and you thought my job was so easy. And so some of them joked back, I never said that. And with one of them, I'm like, really? You haven't? You haven't implied? So we have a lot of fun. But with that said, we will be in the fall presenting some potential policy updates, looking at floating zoning, looking at, of course, changing some of the zoning in our downtown area. And so look forward to bringing that to the mayor and council for discussion and possible implementation. Mr. Mayor, I see your light on.
Can I ask you a quick question? So when you get the marketing brochure, when we get that done, can you make sure we share that with the council too? So they,
Oh, yep, absolutely.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right, tourism. So I was sharing with the mayor, just because he popped in when I was looking at my slides. So in my 3.5 years, this is the first time the hotel occupancy has been more than 62 or 64%, so 70%. Some folks think that I get to see the sales tax receipts. I don't. Only Paul and his team are special. But so I would want to contribute this to, one, the sale of Adero, and then two, the Comfort Inn switching to a Spark by Hilton. So again, these are just my assumptions, but we can't probably tell you if my assumptions are right. And then if you look at social media impressions, it continues to increase, and then our website. And we'll continue to monitor the website. Usually about right now is when things go down. We're gonna try to change that. And I told you last month we were working on doing a redesign to, again, just mesh with our current logo, but be a little bit different. That took a little bit longer than anticipated, and so when that goes live, I will send that to council, and then that will be in my fourth quarter report in the fall. And then we're almost there, and so our Experience Fountain Hills website viewership, again, these are our top 5 on the left in Arizona, and then the top 5 nationally, and nothing's really changed there. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, council, any questions?
I have a quick question. Maybe I missed it. When is Sprouts opening?
I know. See, I'm gonna have to tell Councilmember Earl patience again. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Earl, so we have to go through the site plan process, then the building plans. We're hoping construction will either be the end of this year or early 2026. And we haven't received, how long it'll take. But as soon as they were getting ready to submit, they're like, well, can we just break ground? We're like, no, there's kind of a process. We could kind of get in trouble. So they're very eager and excited. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's an expression saying you earned your paycheck this week. You earned your paycheck this week. Thank you for the really good news.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But like I say, economic development is a team sport. So it's because of you guys, everybody in the back, and then the staff, the coworkers.
Well, thank you, because this was a vision that I know you shared a long time ago with former council and this council. We kind of went from the prospect of an underperforming Target store and a shuttered mall and a blight in our community to having the vision to having 2 anchor stores, helping the Target, doing the Sandor apartments, and then what is that going to do to the rest of the stores, where the Petco, former Petco, and everything else? That's going to make those stores pretty valuable property now. Will it not, with 2 different anchors and all the traffic that the apartments and the 2 anchors stores will bring?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Calavianakis, absolutely. So that's what we're hoping as to this is revealed. So again, the property owner, again, Sandor, couldn't reveal this when they were trying to retain the 2 tenants. So we're hoping maybe some people will come back, but then we can just re-energize and again, like I say, get new businesses, because that generates economic wealth, new wealth.
Yeah, I think anybody that has a good business idea, and plus, not only that, but we're going to put 2 18-foot signs that the previous council approved too, to get more signage for the other ancillary stores that are in there too. So yeah, those between the signage, the anchors, the apartments, it's just a win, 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 win. I noticed that you also had on your slide Mountainside, that they have filed permitting and site plan?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Calavianakis, they have, and so they're working on that with our Development Services Director. So if there's any other specific questions, if Mr. Wesley will still walk up, if you have more questions.
Well, this is what was formerly called the Cinderos project, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, it was supposed to be on 6.3 acres, and the council voted the rezone down. And I remember at the time it was said that they were bluffing and they were not going to build it. So it sounds like that wasn't a bluff. It sounds like they're going to build it. And maybe could you answer this, or John Wesley's going to answer that? Since they're not going to have 6.3 acres to build this 70-unit apartment building, what would be the consequences of building that on 3.2 acres? And it seems like it's going to go more from a suburban style apartment complex to an urban style, much possibly taller, and to obstruct sight lines of the property owners.
I'm going to defer to my friend.
Mayor, council member, so I don't remember the exact acreages before, but they were previously looking at putting 80 units on the 6 acres, whatever it was. They're still doing the 70 on the smaller site. They can't go any taller because they're limited by the zoning designation. Okay. But they are smaller units. Instead of primarily 2-bedroom units, they'll be primarily 1-bedroom units, but there are still 70 units proposed.
And I understand that the church sold the property, the other 3.3 acres, yes, to the same developer?
Yes.
And then are they going to be building just single-family residence there now?
Mayor, council member, that's what they have indicated to us. We haven't seen the plat yet, but they're planning to do 3 or 4 single-family lots on that.
Yeah, because if they bought it, they're going to use it. So how many houses do you anticipate?
It seems like there's 3 or 4 units is what they're talking about getting on. It's a lot of floodplain on that property.
By units, you mean houses?
Houses, yes.
Okay, because apartments, units. Anyway, okay, so yeah, thank you for straightening that out.
Mayor, may I ask another question? Has Streets of New York found a place yet, or is that the one that, or maybe they could go back to where they were down a little ways?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Earl, I spoke with Lori, who's the owner, about 2 weeks ago. She was getting estimates on a vacant site. Right now, it's looking like doing the tenant improvements is going to be cost prohibitive. But she has another idea, but she's not yet shared, even with me. So as soon as I know, I'll let you guys know. But we're trying to retain her. Any other questions? Seeing no lights, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have the call of the public.
Hang on, Paul.
Oh,
Paul,
sorry.
you're a little early.
A little early.
We'll keep you though. Town clerk, call of the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor, we have 7 cards. First speaker is Steve Baggio, followed by Ed Stizza.
Mayor, Council, just first of all, I'm not here to talk about tables. I'm talking about, excuse me, this thing. The reason I'm here is I want to hold off on the shade structure that's going on the Fountain Hills Avenue. And the reason being is I had made a public records requests, and I'll explain why I had to do requests as I'm talking. And I'd asked for the public records request and a shade structure, and I'd asked for drawings, renderings, and all plans for this project. What I received back was the message saying, "Thank you for being patient. The requested records are now available for your review." What I received was 4 renderings, no proposal, so we don't have the cost, no permits, and no one I talked to is for this. And when I had to make a second request, I'd asked for the permits, and I received a permit that was not completely filled out. In fact, it's mostly not even filled out. And I had received, instead of a thank you message, this message. Attached, you will find a portion of the records response to your public records request. Please be aware that the architectural plans, drawings, and renderings are protected by federal and state copyright and proprietary law. Consequently, the town will not release protected documents without evidence that the copyright holder has authorized dissemination of this use. I cannot find anything about that. In fact, I found out the opposite, that public records requests are public records requests. And I'm kind of skeptical why I received that. And also, no one I talked to has said that any of this makes sense because no one is for this project. I think it's being too fast. It needs to be slowed down. And the reason, I don't understand why I wasn't sent to planning and zoning. This is a 100 by 60 foot structure that's going on. Public and zoning should have had the public, planning and zoning should have had this looked at, and the public should have more of a say. Now, this is going to be an expensive project, and it's going to change the landscape forever. All I'm asking is for this to be held off and to make sure that everything was done correctly, and the public's got more of a say, because I really feel that we're blocking too much of our space with this. And we just had $50,000 only spent on the dog park, and we're spending, what, 200-some thousand on this? The dog park, I'd rather have the money going to that. And also, what about all the trees that people wanted? I don't see any trees going up on the avenue besides the ones in the median. We should not keep on trying to, we should stop trying to hide Mother Nature. Instead, we should try to protect and preserve her, not just for the residents now, but for future residents. Please think this over, and please look at it carefully, because like I said, something's not adding up with this project. Thank you.
Town Attorney.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, for the record, the city does comply fully with its obligations under the public records law. There are federal copyright, trademark, as well as state copyright, trademark, and proprietary information laws. There are certain documents that will not be released because they are covered by those, and the city would be in violation if they should release those.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We're changing out the cards. So the next speaker will be Kimberly Bartman and then Matthew Corrigan.
Kimberly Bartman, Fountain Hills resident since 2001. I sent a letter to the mayor, council, and town manager. I haven't received a response from anyone, so I want to read this. I'm perplexed, and this is about the table, by the way. I'm perplexed by the removing of the Fountain Hills Times independent desk from the chambers. My husband and I have owned a home in Fountain Hills since September 2001 and have lived here full-time since December 2001. Throughout the years, I have attended town council meetings. As long as I have attended, I have seen Bob Burns at the desk in the back of the chambers. Over the years, council meetings have on occasion lasted 3 to 5 hours. There are times when I couldn't stay or didn't want to stay for their entire meeting. I would always walk by the press desk and be grateful that Bob Burns would fill us in via the local paper. He was always taking notes, paying attention, which is more than I can say for most of us, that most of us could handle for being here for those long meetings and occasional dry topics. I'm not sure how long Bob Burns and the Times has had the press table, but at least since Mayor Schlum was in office. I would like to hear directly from those who made this decision, and we've heard from Councilmember Watts, as to why they made the decision and how this can be decided without explanation. You've given some explanation, but I'd like more specifics on how the Times is, misrepresenting what you've done or said or any of that. And there's a op-ed section, so you can always refute, or you can contact the editor and say, hey, I need this redacted because it's wrong. So I think the voters need to have input on this. Also, our economic development person, Amanda, said, in the Fountain Hills Times, we can put information in there about shopping locally. And for years, that's where you can, I know we don't cut out coupons today, but you can actually, get your online newspaper and go into the shop like Shoe Casual and say 10% off of the shoes today. But also, I just, on another note, when Mayor Fidelio let Councilmember Watts continue to talk. It's interesting that you stopped Gail Earl from talking about the attorney that was let go. You know, that you stopped her from talking during the opening section, but you stopped her, but you didn't stop Watts. I just feel like there's, you know, some kind of double standard here, and that some of the women aren't getting the fair shake. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Matthew Corrigan, Fountain Hills resident. Sometimes a table is just a table and not a political tool, and that's significant. Why is it significant? Because we live or we die by the Constitution. And Amendment 1, I'll read it, it's interesting. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. I didn't see anything in there about a table. I noticed that Bob Burns brought his own table tonight. That's a good move. And Bob is free to sit anywhere in the room, as we all are. We're all free to express our First Amendment rights of speech. I'm doing that right now. Others will join me. And gosh, nothing's been abridged here. So maybe it's all ado about nothing. I've noticed one other thing. U.S. Census Bureau indicates that from the year 2000 to 2020, there's been a 52% drop in printed press, newspapers. There's a reason for that. Most people get their information now online. So most papers have gravitated to online process. They do that a variety of ways. Some by subscription, some by advertising, the third by a combination of both. So the press has changed as the world has changed, and we're changing with that. What we see is more exposure to more media. And I had a journalism professor, I majored in journalism and never used it. But the point I'm trying to make is that I had a professor who said, poignantly, transparency is everything. If you're going to trust a news service, they better tell you their worldview. I'm a conservative. So when I go to some news service, I want that to be a conservative worldview. Interesting, I find they all tell me they're conservative. Not so much with the other side. You kind of have to figure it out as you go. Now, the interesting thing about this too is that all of this hubbub about a table, it's just a table. Thank you.
Linda Somo, followed by Susan DeGennaro.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Linda Somo, a resident here in Fountain Hills. I came here tonight because I've been very disturbed by what I've been reading in the paper. You know, when I took journalism, I was taught that there are facts that you report on, and then there's opinion. When I read the Fountain Hills Times Independent, I have found them to be factual. Now, if you disagree with the facts, then maybe you think they are opining when they should be reporting facts. But what they are doing is reporting the news and reporting the facts as they occur. They are not trying to sway the public. They're just reporting what happened. If you want to read opinion, you go to the opinion page. And there you can express any opinion that you want. as long as it's not defamatory to someone else. And they will print it. I found this to be true for the 7 years that I have lived in Fountain Hills. And up until tonight, I've been proud to say I was a member, a resident of Fountain Hills. But seeing the behavior tonight of Mr. Watts especially, and Mr. Fidel trying to cut off any type of debate from trying to answer Mr. Watts's accusations, I am ashamed to say that I'm a resident of Fountain Hills, and this is the type of city council that we have. I think you need to rethink what you do on this panel and what you do for the people of Fountain Hills. Because reading things in the paper about getting rid of our town attorney because we have a favorite that we want to replace him with, or getting rid of a table for the press because we disagree with what the press is saying, that's not freedom of the press. That's stifling freedom of the press. And I, for one, want to see it stopped. Thank you.
Hi, Susan DeGennaro, Fountain Hills resident. I wasn't going to speak tonight, so I appreciate your grace with me. I don't have my glasses, so I'm going to try to read this. The town manager actually mentioned the chat bot today, and that's what caused me to get up here and talk. So I'd like to draw your attention to pages 278 and 279 of the budget bill that is now in front of the Senate. There is a provision in that bill that will strip the states of their rights to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. Yeah, you heard that right. There is something in the bill that is going to stop us from regulating AI for 10 years, effectively giving free rein to tech and tying states' hands if the Fed doesn't do anything. Now, a lot of states and a lot of people are talking about states' rights, and this clearly stops states' rights. Without any regulation, there will be abuse. Not might be, will be. AI is already overtaxing our water supplies and our energy grid. We just had our, I just wrote it on the side, hold on. We just had Captain Thomas talk about the crimes surrounding AI already, that they can only come in after the fact now, and they don't have much of a leg to stand on to do anything about all of this financial crime. And a lot of it is because we're not allowing regulation. Please understand, this is my wheelhouse. This is actually what I do for a living. I train other companies in how to use machine learning, how to train algorithms, how to use AI, how to build actual generative AI applications. This is what I do. This is how I make my money. This is how I make my living. And I am here telling you it needs to be regulated. So I'm asking you to please contact your senators, implore them to remove this from the bill. And I'd like to end this by saying, I actually asked Misty about the town council meeting, and they said there wasn't one tonight.
Mayor, our last two speakers, Crystal Kavanaugh and Ed Stizza.
I have a little bit of everything because I too wasn't going to speak. But one thing I am going to mention is the one fact. They were talking about facts. There is one fact, and that's the table was removed. So when certain select papers talk about punishment and Trumpian and right wing in their news story, that's called bias. And we also have that in our local paper, as many of us who do try to put in opinion letters have found. I'd also like to mention that if you really want to see the entire meeting, all you have to do is go to the YouTube video. It's there without any qualifications and slants and opinions added. Also, our past attorney was not let go. He quit It even said so in the paper. Just want to make that clear too. And since we brought up Senderos on a topic that it wasn't even being discussed, let's talk about the high-density apartments, the small urban high-density apartments that were always going to be put on the multifamily lot. They're going to go in, obviously. But what I would like to request is that there will be absolutely no waivers given, no changes in the WASH rules, no special circumstances that they can do things. And I think any waiver that has been requested at any time should come before this council or the planning and zoning. And I'm sorry, John Wesley, it shouldn't just be the stroke of a pen with one person, because that's in a neighborhood. The Lost Hills neighbors, this is going to impact them, as it will all of us in town, with the increased traffic and on an already tough road for traffic. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Town Council, residents, staff, and boy, I could sit up here for 20 minutes. And as I rushed into town, I was listening to all of you on YouTube as I was driving. So I got here and I listened to Steve Baggio talk about what's happening down on the Avenue of the Fountains. Unbeknownst maybe to him and maybe to a lot of people in this room, in the audience, and certainly the public, if you drive by there right now, you're going to see the scope and scale of what's about to go in downtown. And I am quite sure that most people that I know, and certainly a tremendous amount of the public, will not want this to be placed on the Avenue of the Fountains. This thing was rushed to a certain degree. You guys did not vote on it individually. It was part of a package deal. It started last year with a theme. It went into December of last year. Still no drawings, still no renderings other than a top view and a possibility. I don't think there just wasn't enough time put into this to actually review it, get the economic value. It was so nice to hear Amanda Jacobs on a reality with Sprouts and what's actually physically happening. There is absolutely no numbers that have been provided of the economic value of this shade structure in the median. And if everybody looks at it, it's overbuilt. It's too big. It's 100 feet by 60 feet. And I just would love to hear a pause in it. Unfortunately, all the work has already begun, and nobody took time to take a look at it. Not only with the processes, but the design, and certainly what it's going to do to the Avenue of the Fountains. And it is going to destroy what we have down there. It is too big. We already have a couple too big tents here in town as far as shade structures. One of those is down by the actual park with the water park. And if you really sit there and look at it, most of the time that people need shade down there, they're sitting towards the front of it, and most of it, 3/4 of it, is in sunlight. So you tell me the economic value that you think this is going to bring down there as you destroy our views and really clutter up the Avenue of the Fountains. Please, no holes have been dug yet. There's a bunch of rebar cages out there. Go out there and walk them. Really understand the size and scope of what's about to happen down there. Imagine our Christmas lights being interrupted. This is called linear park for a reason. Please go take a look at it. Thank you.
Okay, since my name was brought up twice tonight, I wasn't going to say anything about the table gate, whatever you want to call it. When I was first elected to office, I was reached out to by the owners of the Times, Brent Cruikshank and Charlene Bisson. There were 4 people in that meeting, myself, the town manager, and those 2. We discussed my administration, and I was very candid with them about the slanted reporting, including letters written by conservatives in this town that were either highly edited or not printed at all. Miss Bisson was shocked. She said, I had no idea that that was happening on a local level in the town of Fountain Hills. She had just bought the paper, apparently. She assured me that that would change. Sadly, that's not the case. This type of reporting undermines our town staff, our town council, and most importantly, the residents of this town that count on this paper as their only source of information on the town, as has been pointed out by somebody else earlier. No table is guaranteed to anyone. In fact, it's not the Fountain Hills Times table. It's actually property of the town. Very few municipalities make special accommodations for media. Scottsdale doesn't. Our own school district doesn't. Many other municipalities don't either. No media has been banned. They haven't been asked not to show up. They're cordially invited to every single town event that we have, indoors, outdoors, all around. Unbeknownst to many people in this room, I've had recent conversations with our Veterans Recognition Committee. They reached out to me and asked, is it possible for us to, instead of doing this on a quarterly basis, do it on a monthly basis? I said, that's really something. They're very impressed with this initiative, and it's really a positive thing for this town to recognize our veterans. They asked if we could do it on a monthly basis. I said, well, we're going to have to rearrange this room, and we're going to have to put more seating in, because every time we do that, it's an overflow crowd, standing room only, because there's 2,800 veterans that live in this town, and they know a lot of people. So this is going to be turned into a positive thing for this town going forward. And this will be a need for more seating, as I mentioned, because the crowds are big. So we will look to add more seating and maybe do this sometime this fall or early winter. And this will be the last response I have on the table. So I appreciate that. And then with that, we'll move forward to our consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Watts?
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon?
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis?
If I'm allowed to speak, aye.
Councilmember Earl?
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larrabee?
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel?
Aye.
Mayor
Congrats, Paul.
7-0.
Okay, I'm going to recess the regular meeting for a moment here while we open up a special meeting and public hearing on our town budget. Rachel?
We were joking, Paul, that this might feel like Christmas Eve for you because it's finally the adoption of the budget. So with that, why don't you take it away?
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. Like Rachel mentioned, this is our finish line. So this is more of a summary presentation. We've discussed a lot of the components of the budget up to this point, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or discuss anything if you'd like throughout the presentation. So this has been a transparent process. We've had many public meetings as noted on the slide, many of them live streamed on YouTube in the council chambers. We also had an open house in March. We had a capital projects work session where we discussed all the capital projects that have been brought up or at times and discussed. So we discussed each of them in depth, presented them to council in a public setting. We also brought the proposed budget to council on April 8th, and council adopted the tentative budget, setting the maximum limit for the budget on May 6th. So tonight, like Rachel mentioned, this is our finish line, and hopefully we get across it. So the tentative budget was adopted by council last month, and that's at the maximum fiscal year 2026 budget at $53.396 million. And now, as we've discussed at length through these budget discussions, we do budget to be at least $1 below the expenditure limitation. So we budget considering about $16.7 million of expenditure limitation exclusions to be at least $1 below the $36.6 million expenditure limitation that the state has set for our town for fiscal year 2026. Another thing we always talk about is the town wiggle room with the general fund contingency. That came in at a little bit over $1.1 million this year. It's actually a pretty good spot from where we started, considering all the factors we've discussed through all the budget discussions. And just a reminder, I know it's been brought up, what about a possible recession, revenues not coming in accordance with our projections? That's our wiggle room. That's the first thing we restrict. If our revenues aren't coming in as projected, we'll restrict that first before we have to make further cuts to services or things of that nature. So I think we're in a pretty good place actually going to fiscal year 26, but we'll continue to monitor our revenues and see how it goes. Another thing to point out, we did budget over $10 million for streets paving purposes. Number one, $5 million, similar to fiscal year 25 for pavement maintenance, the pavement maintenance program being paid out of the streets fund. For example, recent pavement projects on Gunsight and on Lago have been paid out of the fund from the similar program. So we're putting the same, or allocating the same funding for that program fiscal year 26. We've also added an additional $5.4 million for the Palomino Boulevard reconstruction project, and that's actually budgeted in the capital projects fund to be reimbursed from the streets fund, as we've discussed. So all in all, it's over $10 million for streets paving purposes, and so that is a big just an increase and a consideration in the budget that we're bringing forth for consideration. One thing we always look at is what the departmental budgets look like in the general fund. Our general fund pays for most of the town services. Most of the departments you see here doing presentations to mayor and council. That did increase without the contingency of almost 4%. But as we've discussed, a lot of that has to do with the environmental program, the wash maintenance that we're adding to the general fund this year. We're funding about $734,000 for the environmental program out of the general fund. So of that $900,000, most of it is really related to that. Yes, there's been some ups and downs in some of the things we've talked about, but that really creates that increase right there. Just a broad overview by fund. Now our total budget is $53.396 million. About $26.05 million of that is in the general fund, and so that's balanced between revenues and expenditures. And as I mentioned, most of that is for departmental expenditures, and some of that is for our wiggle room in the general fund. Streets fund, very similar to last year, or fiscal year 25, at $7.2 million, just a little bit higher with the added supplement of adding an additional staff for streets purposes. And again, $5 million for the streets pavement management program. Capital Projects Fund, we, on March 25th, we had that work session, about 4 hours, I believe, in front of Mayor and Council, talking about all the proposed capital projects next year. That accounts for about $12 million of budgeted expenditures, with another $650 or so for contingency in the Capital Projects Fund. We do have sufficient fund balance to manage those projects within that fund and other funds. One thing to note about that is there are 22 capital projects that are included in that budgeted amount. Facilities Reserve Fund, we budgeted $1 million. That is an increase from fiscal year 2025. We've discussed the need for allocating more funds towards our facilities repairs, replacement, and maintenance throughout the town. And so that's reflected there in the final budget. And our Special Revenue Fund, that did go up quite a bit from prior year. Just a reminder, we use that fund. We kind of balance that fund similar to the general fund, but it's just based on grant revenues coming in and going out the door. So in this case, the International Dark Sky Discovery Center recently came to council and requested the town to submit that $3 million grant. So we add that to the budget, and that explains the large increase for that fund right there. A couple other notes. We have almost $1 million budgeted for economic development type initiatives, including the Economic Development Fund, the Downtown Strategy Fund, and the Tourism Fund. And across all 11 other funds, it's about $730,000 in the budget. Most of that relates to replacing vehicles, and one of those items will be brought forth tonight. And in total, 53.396 or 53.4 million in the budget. So this looks a little skewed, so I did want to point out a few things. This just shows you what's changed from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. That third column shows the difference, and the fourth column shows the percentage difference. So yes, we are projecting about $4.9 million of more revenues in fiscal year 26 compared to fiscal year 25, but a lot of that has to do with the grants that we're budgeting for. So we're not necessarily saying we're going to bring in a lot more revenues, but if we do get that grant, for example, that's another $3 million of revenue that the town would receive and disperse. So that's kind of the explanation for that first one. The budgeted, excuse me, yes, our budgeted expenditures did increase by $8 million from fiscal year 25, 18% above the current fiscal year, but a lot of that has to do with what we've discussed at all these meetings. Number one, we put an increased emphasis on capital projects in the town for long-term improvements, and a lot of that has to do with the Palomino reconstruction project of $5.4 million. The other thing is the Dark Sky Discovery Center grant. We have to budget for it if we do get it, so that add $3 million to the budget, but we would only spend that if we do receive it and pass through those monies. So all in all, it does look like we're increasing our budget, but there are obvious factors that should be taken into account when considering that. That third item, the expenditure limitation exclusions, we are projecting or budgeting to use more, another $7 million compared to fiscal year 2025. Again, that has a lot to do with some of these projects. If we are able to do the Shea Boulevard widening and Palomino reconstruction projects next year, we would have to use some of that carry forward or budget for using additional carry forward and exclusions that we've saved up. So yes, that's a large increase, but that's really all by design and everything we discussed throughout this process. And lastly, I think this is pretty interesting, that last line, the expenditure limitation. Yes, we're increasing our budget. We're putting more of an emphasis in accordance with council direction to put more money into the streets, increase capital projects, and do things like that. But our expenditure limitation only went up by 2.8% from fiscal year 25 to 2026. So that kind of is why we have to use more exclusions and plan accordingly. And so with that, just one more slide. Actually, this slide last year got a lot of attention. I got a lot of phone calls about it. Last year, so we do it a year in arrears or behind because that's the most available information at the time of this presentation. So last year, we presented this information across all the East Valley municipalities looking at the total budget. And a lot of people ask me, well, you know, the town of Fountain Hills doesn't have any current debt. They're not issuing bonds and things like that. Does that skew the results? It kind of does. That was a good point. So this year we actually modified it to just present the general fund and any other funds that other municipalities use for public safety services, such as fire department services or law enforcement services. So I do think it was a good point by the public. This is probably a better comparison to look at, and this is for fiscal year 25, the year that we're in. And really the point we're trying to make is we work lean. We spend we budget $1,090 per capita in our town, which is about a third the size of the budget per capita of Paradise Valley for a comparison. So out of the 9 comparison municipalities, we're the second lowest. So again, we're working hard for the residents and we're doing the best we can with the resources that we have. And so with that, that's the final budget in a nutshell, and I'm available for any questions.
Councilman?
So I'm going to ask probably the same question that I asked before. The $4.9 million and the $3 million for the International Dark Sky, I'm going to call it $8 million. We have it included in the budget, but there is a possibility that if we get reimbursement for both of those, International Dark Sky specifically, that we won't spend that money. So even though it's included, it's almost, we're prepared to spend it if necessary, but our hope is that we won't. So that's question number one. Is that clear?
Yeah, Mayor and council member, it goes back to the accounting of it. If we get the money, we would never spend the money up front. It's them spending the money. And if they do get the grant, we would basically just be a pass-through. The federal government would give us the money and we just cut them a check probably the next day. So it just has to be recorded as an expenditure in our accounting system and in accordance with governmental accounting standards. And that's the reason why we have to budget for it accordingly.
We budget for it, but we may not actually incur it. If we get the grants and we just pass through whatever the amount of the grant is, so it would reduce our top 54 million by some number, down to 42 maybe if we got all 8.
Right, exactly. So logically, it's not really an expense of the town. We're not putting out any money, but for the accounting side of it, we'd have to record it accordingly. So yes, that's a good point.
My second question is, we have budgeted for all of these things, the $54 million. but we haven't spent a nickel. And we're really not planning on spending anything until every one of these items comes to council for final approval. So there's a high likelihood that we will be able to save money on that $54 million one way or another, either through grants or maybe some of the departments do better negotiating and save money on some of the capital improvement projects and so on. But I think sometimes there's a misconception that we have a budget, we're spending it all, and we're not. Through the diligence of town staff and how we manage budgets as a whole, we're not necessarily going to spend everything. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, council member, a good example is fiscal year 2025. Part of the budget process we're required in the budget schedules that should be attached as Exhibit A to the budget. It shows like what we project for this current year to spend, right? So we budgeted $45.15 million for fiscal year 25. We're projecting to spend somewhere between 36 and 37 million. So we're not going to spend the full budget. That's the maximum threshold that we could even spend. So yes, you're absolutely right. And I know that's been brought up at times about bid processes and going out to get to bids. Every time we do something where we're going out for construction or looking for services, we have a procurement administrator that's looking out for us, that helps us through that process. We get the required bids. We go to an RFP process if required by policy and statute. So there are things we are doing. I completely understand the public perception and questioning things, but we are, I promise you, we are doing things to the best of our abilities to reduce costs and save money for the town.
Right, we start with a budget. Then the procurement department does its best. Then council looks at each of the individual buckets, as you've demonstrated here. So the net outcome, hopefully, is significantly less, much like it was last year, by that $8 or $9 million. And that's what we hope to achieve this year. But I think that perception that a lot of the public has that we budgeted, we're going to spend every nickel. That it's not like the federal government that if they spend every nickel this year, then they can justify adding more next year. Our goal is to spend less, even though we budget potentially for more.
Yeah, absolutely. Our goal is collectively as a team under the direction of the town manager is to get the best job for the residents at the best price. And so we do try to do that to the best of our ability. I think on a day-to-day basis, I can say that honestly here.
Town clerk, do we have any comment cards?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, we received 5. First one is Pamela Pete, followed by Tony Durante.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Pamela Pete. I live at 15038 East Palomino. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight about the proposed paving project on Palomino Boulevard. Some alliteration to break the ice. Based on email responses I received from the town engineer, we are raising potential issues that may not have been addressed in this conceptual plan. I am speaking on behalf of myself and neighbors who are gone for the summer and some who could not be here tonight. As a concerned resident, I'd like to raise 7 important issues that I hope will be addressed before moving forward. First, we are requesting to know what is the plan, the status of the project, and if the plan is not final, when will you seek public input? Going forward, we would appreciate regular meetings for engagement and feedback with Palomino residents. Second is a proposed use of granite as a temporary measure until a possible sidewalk can be built. No one I know wants a sidewalk. Who will maintain the granite, knowing animals will dig in it, trees and shrubs will shed into it? It could diminish over time and be washed out into the street due to a rainstorm. It could become a safety issue if delivery personnel or residents walk in the granite. This will have an impact on our property curb appeal and property value. Is there a plan and budget for maintaining the granite? The third issue is the extension of driveways using cement. No one I know wants their driveway extended. Some homes have paver style and painted driveways. Homeowners may be unhappy with cement extensions that don't match the current driveway style. This also has the potential to impact property values. Who will be responsible for the long-term maintenance of cracks or other potential repairs for these added sections? Is there budget for this ongoing maintenance? Fourth, there are questions about moving mailboxes. Many residents have coordinated their mailboxes with lighting or a matching feature on the other side of their driveway. Don't you need homeowner approval to move a mailbox? Many are custom built. Is the town going to ensure all mailboxes are put back as they were? The fifth issue is funding. Does the current estimate include the project deliverables of granite installation, curbing, mailbox moves, and driveway extensions? Since this project is estimated to take 18 to 24 months, a project of this length will adversely affect our neighborhood quality of life. 6 is traffic control, as it is a longstanding concern. If we are already reworking the street, can we address the speeding issue by adding traffic calming measures like a stop sign? And finally, communication. Many homeowners on Palomino are seasonal or rent their homes. They may be unaware of this project. Would all of the residents here regarding the Palomino project please stand up? Thank you. We appreciate all your efforts, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Town manager, do you want to?
So to clarify, are you asking for staff to address some of the concerns that were just brought up by Ms. Pete?
I think either our town engineer, Dave Janover.
Okay, and I'm going to caveat that because I'm not sure that they're prepared to address all of them sort of, point by point. But I want to share that, we have been getting emails, and this is not falling on deaf ears. We certainly understand
Right.
What is happening in the conversation that's evolving around this.
Let's hear from the rest of the speakers first, and then maybe we can have somebody come up and address what they can, and
Okay.
then we'll have a plan going forward.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town Hall. Good evening, all of Fountain Hills town members and mayor. Oh. Hear me now? Yeah. Good evening to all the town members, council members, and the mayor. My name is Tony Durante, and I'm a longtime resident of Palomino Boulevard. Built my house, owner builder, in 1997, so I qualify as a long-term resident, I guess. I'm here tonight to address the council regarding the paving and sidewalk implementation of Palomino Boulevard. And we're not in collusion. We just have read a lot of emails together. My focus and concern tonight is specifically on the addition of the sidewalk to Palomino Boulevard. First of all, thank you for all the work that's been done on the planning and processing. However, these are some real concerns we all have. And again, I've been in there for a long time as the owner builder. The first thing is some is repeating, the partial implementation plan using DE or gravel for 5 to 10 years, which I may never see, until the property is funded and paved. This is some maintenance issues due to walking on it, storms, animals, it was brought up before. And my big concern is safety because of loose gravel in the street, and I'm concerned of slipping and falling, so there's a safety concern here as well. Number 2 is significant disruption and inconvenience for the neighborhood. The initial relocation was mentioned before of the mailboxes, then the relocation of the mailboxes after the sidewalk was put in. So it's a double move there. The initial relocation and relocation. Encroaching 2 feet on existing established front yards, involving cutting into the hillside on slopes of the houses in Fountain Hills because of the slopes we have, and also the disruption to the landscape and partial yard irrigation. What I also mentioned about the mailboxes is there's some very nice, prestigious mailboxes in Fountain Hills on Palomino Boulevard. Not mine, I just have a poll, but it's very few. I'm concerned about the ones just really, really prestigious. Potential driveway access due to the steep driveways, and the reduced curbside appeal, with gravel there, obviously, and the potential negative property value impact of 5 feet of gravel. My last concern is repeat on the safety concerns, and yes, this is on the list twice. The above issues are symptoms from the root cause of the implementation of adding a sidewalk to Palomino Boulevard. I would request that the council move to place a hold on the addition of the sidewalk or eliminate it, and focus on the homeowner's priority of repaving Palomino Boulevard. I'll end this conversation just briefly. I'm a retired CPA, and I've watched a great presentation on the budget over there. So if you decide to move forward with the payment, which we really don't want, as here, you may want to use some of that wiggle room up there, or the over budget that's coming up because of the Palomino expansion. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Chris Briesler, followed by Kevin Brown.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Thanks for the platform. When I moved to Fountain Hills 10 years ago, I felt like I won the lottery. And about 2 weeks ago, I felt like I lost the lottery when I saw the flyer of what was going to happen to Palomino Boulevard. I think the fact, this may be the most people from a single street maybe have ever attended a town hall meeting. You can see the passion of what this means. And for me, I won't repeat everything, but I heard clearly that one of the goals of this council is to cut unnecessary spending. I think we all agree Palomino needs repaved. I've been complaining about all of you for years that my street looks like crap and hasn't been repaved. Don't take it personal. And when I found out it was getting repaved, I'm like, this is amazing. And then I read it. And I'm like, this plan makes no sense to me. Let me send it to some other people and get their feedback. And they all said, this is crazy. I looked up the definition of temporary in Webster's, because there's a temporary plan for 5 to 10 years. It says something that isn't permanent or lasts only a short period of time. I don't know about all of you, but 5 to 10 years does not feel like a short period of time. We would love to see Palomino Boulevard repaved. The sidewalks, the temporary structure, the intrusion onto our land, all of those are what we are upset about. I work from home many days, and my office sits in the front of the home, and all day long, I see my beautiful neighbors walk up and down the street, dogs, children in strollers, kids, the elderly. It's a beautiful street. It's also too fast at times. I hope when you evaluate this plan, you also consider some ways to maybe make it a safer street. I don't have the answers. I'm not an engineer. Is that a roundabout? Is it a stop sign? Is it a speed bump? I don't know. But if we're going to invest this kind of money, I hope we consider the impact and safety on Palomino Boulevard for those around us. We're all concerned about our property values. I would not want, there's probably 5 houses for sale on Palomino right now. I can't imagine sticking a for sale sign in front of my house in a couple years if I would decide to leave, and I've got a gravel curb out there. I wouldn't buy the house. It's going to have a negative impact on us. I would say, when I think about the other factors involved here, as I understand there was a study done, did we get a second study done? Do we trust this person? I don't know who evaluated the concern. I've heard there's some concern with runoff. That may be very true. I don't have the answers, but instead of spending $5.4 million, I'm hoping we can find a more reasonable solution to that. My wife has taken days the last 2 weeks to collect emails, talk to neighbors, take pictures of mailboxes. I brought them with me. I can leave them with you. Several speakers mentioned the beautiful mailboxes. Quite frankly, if you rip those down, and let's just say a contractor comes in to replace it, what is the remediation if it's not to your specs, if you don't like it? One of our neighbors literally just spent $3,000 putting a custom mailbox in. I wouldn't want to see that ripped out any more than they do. I understand the need to pave it. I'm happy to leave. We have several emails from people out of town, as was mentioned, where they're seasonal. They're concerned. This has been the hottest topic of conversation, as you can imagine, on Palomino Boulevard for the last 2 weeks. So thank you for your time and attention. I'll leave these if you would like to peruse them. And if not, I know many of you have emailed my wife back. Thank you for that, and we can send them digitally if that's more effective. So.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Brown. We live at 15739 East Palomino. Have lived at that house for 5 years. We've lived in Fountain Hills for 32 years, raised a son here, have owned 3 homes here. I'll start off with one of the things I've spoken with Mayor Friedel about, and not to pointed at anyone here. I recognize how town government works, how things get assigned to staff. But one area that I still believe needs to be worked on is transparency, clarity to what's going on, so we don't get rumors. I see a lot of rumors in this town, and it's somebody gets a little snippet and the next thing you know, it's blown up into something that needs to be clawed back. All of that could be helped the more we can be transparent, and the town can say, look, we're thinking about this, haven't made any decisions, but Palomino's on our schedule. We'll be talking about it. This is it, blah, blah, blah. Get it out there on the website, and we'll nip these rumors in the bud, and we can all be very clear about where this is at in the process. Frankly, after reading all of it, I'm not really clear where it's at. The one thing that I do want to say, we moved here from the Netherlands. My background is I actually worked in airport building in the Netherlands, so I've got a pretty good idea of payments, et cetera. My one concern, this is not just Fountain Hills, it's everywhere here. They cheap build the streets, and the streets fall apart really fast. All of my friends in Europe joke about the crappy roads in America, and your beautiful pavement turns into gravel in a couple of years. I'm like, yeah, exactly. I looked at the budget, and again, don't know all the details. That's where I'd like to see it. I believe we need PG82 asphalt for this street. It's high traffic, high weight. I got a picture of a car hauler from Sunday, 72,000-pound truck going down the street. That's just creaming that really cheap pavement that was put initially on Palomino. So we're better off spending up front with the capital, doing it right, and then not having to come back and redo it. And yeah, it's painful to do it, but 5-10 years from now, we'll be all patting ourselves on the back for doing it right this time around. Everything else I'll leave out there. I want to see details, so I'm not making any decisions. That's one area I happen to know just seems like a little low on the budget.
Mayor, the last speaker, Kyle, I'm not quite sure of the spelling here. Hauser, is that right?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, good evening. Sprouts, pretty impressive. In-N-Out would be even more so. I'm Kyle Halseel, and I officially retire in 7 days as an airline pilot for 787 pilot for American Airlines. So I'm an old guy. In preparation for this retirement, my wife and I recently bought our old house back, which is on Palomino. That house meant a lot to us, and we wrote letters to the seller to get that house, and we paid a lot for that house. So we bought that house, and about 2 nights ago, I heard that there's going to be some reconstruction projects out there. And it sounds like more of an experiment, but I'm low on the detail, so I'm not exactly sure what the plan is. So I sat down and I wrote a letter, and I was going to send it to each of you, but I'll go ahead and just say it. I'm writing regarding the planned interstate on Palomino Boulevard. I'm having difficulty understanding the purpose of the proposed agenda by the City Council. My question to the Council would be, 1, what data do you have to suggest that we need to widen this road to the proposed expansion specs? 2, Shea Boulevard is in close proximity and parallels Palomino Boulevard. With that in mind, is the intent to encourage more traffic to go down Palomino? And if so, why? 3, does the unknown reason for the expansion justify the overall cost and lengthy disruption to all those that preside on Palomino? Since I have, that's the end of my letter, since I have another second, when we bought our house, I stood in front of that house so proud that I bought that house for my wife, again. And I'm standing there looking at this house. It is a beautiful house. I've owned probably 30 properties. That is my favorite. And I stood there and looked at it, and a car drove by, and a piece of that road came up about a 2-inch piece and just missed me and landed in my front yard. And I'm thinking, okay, we got a problem. And that problem is, baseline, we just need new asphalt. We need this fixed. And like the previous gentleman said, nothing cheap. Let's just do it right, do it once, and be done with it. I don't think that anything beyond that would be very conducive to being good at all for the street or the community. So aside from our home values, I love Fountain Hills. I have been everywhere, and every time I come to this town, I feel like I'm so blessed to be here. So thank you for your time, and I hope that we can get clarity on exactly what the town is doing with this road. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we want to have David?
I think actually Director Welde is going to step up. I believe he can probably address a few of these things. There may be more details we want to share later, but I think this is a good chance to sort of answer some of the questions that have come up. Director, thank you.
Mayor and Council, so we're going to discuss some facts, and let's start with the beginning. When Palomino was originally platted, it was platted as a connector to Via Linda and platted and designed to be 2 lanes in each direction. That's why it's unusually wide. There are several other roads in the town that are equally as wide. The proposal that we brought forward to the Mayor and Council after receiving direction to redo Palomino because of its condition was to narrow the road by 5 feet on either side. This is it reduces the overall cost for reconstruction because it does not require as many square yards of asphalt or select base material. This is not a simple repave job. Because of the type and design of construction, the entire base has to be removed. It's just about a foot deep before it's all said and done. When we describe narrowing the road by 5 feet on either side is an excellent form of traffic calming and planning for future sidewalks, granite is a generic term used by many, many people, when in reality, each individual's property's landscaping will be matched to the best of our ability out to the back of the curb. And it will not be unlike any other location where granite and or landscape materials back up to the curb. It will be held below the top of the curb so we do not get material out into the street. In this particular case, on the south side, there are several steep driveways and several steep yards. During any storm event, there is material coming down off of those hills. And also during any storm event, there is occasionally water on the north side entering the private properties and the driveways, which is not uncommon, each of those 2 things for hillside communities. The intent of reducing the overall width is number 1, safety and traffic calming. Number 2, it allows us to prepare for a future sidewalk, hypothetically, with grant money like the $4 million one that was just completed. And it also lines up with the general plan, which was adopted by the voters. Again, we are in the preliminary stages of planning. No properties will be taken. We are not going to come in there and destroy anything. Everything that is put back, including the landscaping and the driveways and the mailboxes, will be as is and or better. For those that would like to see some of this in action, a $4 million sidewalk was just completed on Saguaro between Colony and Fountain Hills Boulevard, and also a section on Palisades on the north side between Saguaro and Fountain Hills Boulevard. It's also important to note that with the previous council, direction was given to prepare for a future sidewalk on Panorama on the north side of Fountain Park. There is a section that stops just east of Saguaro and goes partway around the corner. That area is actually flat, and then there's the very steep hill. That flat section there where we've had no washouts and it's not aesthetically unpleasing is for a future sidewalk. So again, it's entirely up to the mayor and council on this decision and how we move forward on it. We provided a proposal. We're still in the planning and designing process, but it's at the council's discretion.
Isn't the budget before us right now? And is this going to be talked about at another time?
Actually, this is part of the agenda because it is in the budget.
Mayor, if I may, I know that there's some questions about the scope of this and the discussion of this. It might make sense to put this on as its own standalone item on the next agenda. And that way we can prepare some more visuals, we can have some more information available so that everybody is on the same page.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I wanted to echo what Town Manager Goodwin just mentioned of possibly removing this item and putting it on a future agenda, because I would like to have an opportunity to look at options there, just so that I'm clear, Justin, because my original understanding was that we're not taking away from the properties, we're adding a right-of-way, adding to the right-of-way, essentially, by making the road more narrow. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, so the right-of-way already extends about 10 or 12 feet behind the back of curb into these properties. So that portion is already the town's property. We do not intend to encroach on that, but rather pull the curb 5 feet away from where it currently is. So it's again, a part of traffic calming, but we're not going to encroach into the properties that are currently developed.
Thank you, and I apologize. I just wanted to ensure I had that accurate. When we do, if we bring this back for the future agenda, would you be able to show us alternative options, such as if we were to do Palomino, just pavement, not worry about narrowing it? Just so that we have the opportunity to see that option and the budgetary impact that that might have.
Absolutely, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilman Skillicorn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Director Weldy, I know that this was going to be voted on as part of the budget for 26. So if it was approved, let's say hypothetically when would a shovel hit the ground?
Mr. Mayor, council member, we're still probably 12 to 15 months out. It takes a considerable amount of planning. And so far we have not even been able to secure the services of a qualified surveyor, which is the first part. The first request for proposals we released was not responded to, and so now we're working on a different scope prior to moving to a direct select. So that's where it starts. We're a considerable amount out here in regards to when we get started.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, Director, so it sounds like we have plenty of time to potentially amend this, especially, and I don't know if we have support here, but, I maybe just head nods. I mean, do we have the support to preserve driveways and landscaping and then move forward with that? Because I don't want to slow down repairing Palomino. That's a road that needs to be repaired, but, I would like to preserve, preserve the landscaping and the driveways.
Can I respond to him?
Councilman Watts?
So I'm fundamentally in agreement with what Councilman Skillicorn is saying, because like we spoke when our CFO put together the budget and the presentation, all of these things will come back before council for approval. So we could ask for, let's move the budget forward with the monies that we have there already and ask for alternates to what has initially been proposed so that we've got some options there. But I don't want to forestall the budget. I don't think anybody wants to hold up the budget. So either an amendment to the budget that we're going to exclude this, or let's move it forward with the understanding that there is absolutely going to be a second look with options.
Can I ask the audience to let the discussion happen? Thank you.
Yeah, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, this is something I've had a lot of input on from the residents. And I know we throw a lot of words around here, like this was in our general plan and our strategic plan. And you guys might take that as like, well, they have to do it. And just to let you know that the ultimate general and strategic plan is the input from the communities that we serve. And so if you don't want sidewalks, I have a pretty good feeling there's not going to be any sidewalks because you are the people that live there. And so I just want to let you know that even though we have aspirational plans of the general plan and the strategic plan for the town, they are aspirational only. And if the residents override that, the council is here to serve the residents, not the general plan, not the strategic plan, but to serve you.
Please, no more applause. We need to finish the discussion. Town manager?
So just to talk about next steps, I've heard a number of concerns about wanting to further this discussion, which I think is smart. I want to caveat that the budget adoption is now. This is it. So if we pull this project, we have no budget available for FY26 to do any part of Palomino, paving or otherwise. So the recommendation at this point is to adopt the budget with the notice that this project, in whatever form or fashion, will be coming back for further discussion on the June 17th agenda. So it's still, the money is still sort of earmarked, but we don't know yet what scope and scale the project will be. That way it allows for further conversation, some further presentations, perhaps even some site visits by council so you can kind of see firsthand, and we can go from there. Does that sound appropriate to everyone? Okay.
And just to touch on that, Rachel, so going back to the CIP work session, we categorize these types of projects as yellow light. Yellow light projects, put it in the budget, but we'll bring it back to council with the plan and scope to do the project, and further discussion will ensue at that point.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget with the caveat that the Palomino project will be brought back to council for further review and options.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Can we please get a...
Can I say something just real
We can
quick?
continue discussion.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, to Justin, when you bring that back, I would be curious about the PG 82 asphalt. Yeah, I don't know if you've looked into that, but whenever you do, can you please, what the gentleman said, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we just have a little tiny bit more discussion? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. CFO Songner, I just have a couple of questions. And first, I do want to thank you for that $1 million contingency. It's just a little under 2%. I was a little concerned. I still am concerned about our spend of the max. I would prefer something closer to 10% than less than 2. But let's also get back to like road projects. I know that, just double check. There is money from the 26 budget that's going to the Shea Whiting project. Is that the case?
Yes, so Mayor, Councilmember, so yeah, that one's a little bit long-winded to explain. We initially put $3 million in the budget for that project. We recently received an updated pricing estimate that basically doubled from the original we have. So the current estimate we have is about 6.2 million. So that is something we'll have to figure out, either work it over 2 years or find a way in the budget. There's ways to make it happen next year if that's something we can do logistically based on whatever the Public Works Director says. For example, in our special revenue fund, we have additional budget this year. So if that grant does not go through the Dark Sky Discovery Center, we also have additional budget in there compared to last year. We can use some of that budget authority to move over to get more of that done. So there are creative ways we can make it happen to some extent, but yes, that is in the budget.
Mr. Mayor, CFO Seldinger, I do appreciate that. Now, I think I want to be careful how I word this because I plan on making a motion at the end of the meeting for a new agenda item to request more participation from MAG. And I do have a especially after our work study, I do have a problem with the people of Maricopa County driving along Shea, and then we're expected to spend millions and millions of dollars to widen it so they can get home a little faster from Payson. It really does not affect Fountain Hills as much, and I think that there should be a much larger payment from Maricopa Association of Government, especially that sales tax that they're collecting for the whole county. So I'm going to add that to it, but that is something that I'm critical of in this budget, and it leads to a few criticisms I have to it. But so I just want to make that clear. Thanks.
Okay. So we have a motion, I believe. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Town Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Earl?
Is this to pass the budget? Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn?
No.
Councilmember McMahon?
Aye.
Councilmember Calvinakis?
Aye.
Councilmember Watts?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larrabee?
Aye.
And Mayor Fidel?
Aye.
Mayor 6-1.
Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and special meeting and reconvene our regular meeting agenda. And our next item is 8B. Rachel, for Public Services.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Tonight we have Sadiq Young, the General Manager of the North Phoenix portion of Republic Services. As you know, we have a contract with Republic Services for waste removal. I'm going to let the crowd dissipate for a second.
Yeah. Should I? Can we please take the conversations out to the lobby? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start again.
Is it? Can we take the conversations out to the lobby, please? We have the rest of the meeting to finish. Thank you.
All right, we'll start again from the top. This evening we have with us Sadiq Young, the General Manager of the North Phoenix Division of our Republic Services. As you know, Republic Services is our contracted provider for waste hauling and recycling. They've been a partner with us for a number of years. It is time for us to exercise the last year of our contract renewal. And we've been having a number of conversations with Sadiq and his team. And they're here tonight to present regarding the contract renewal. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Town Manager Goodwin. Good evening, Mayor Fidel and members of council. My name is Sadiq Young. As mentioned, I'm the General Manager for Republic Services North Phoenix Market, which includes coverage of the residential services here in Fountain Hills. With me as well is Melissa Kruger, our Municipal Manager, who supports this market as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you regarding our current partnership and the request for additional price increase in the 2026-2027 contract year. A few items to cover today would be a bit of an expansion on the reason why we're here, and also to shed light on the price increase methods that exist in our industry. Another key area to cover is the comparison of cost increases we've seen as a business and the rates that other neighboring municipalities are currently paying for similar service. And lastly, the expectations that council should expect, or should have, excuse me, when it comes to a potential RFP of this nature. So the current rate for waste and recycle curbside service in the town of Fountain Hills is at $17.67 per month. Each year, per contractual agreement, the rate for service increases by 3.5%. We are requesting an additional 10.5% in price increase for the final extension that will take us through to January of 2027. With your approval, the rate will increase to $20.14 per month for waste and recycle services. When we amended the agreement in 2019, there was no way we could predict the global pandemic and hyperinflation that would follow. While our operating costs to service the town of Fountain Hills have increased, we maintained our contractual 3.5% annual rate increase for services. However, going into 2026, 2027, we're no longer able to continue covering operating costs in this manner. I want to take a moment just to talk through and review the current year-over-year rates at 3.5% increases compared to what it would have been if we, as Republic Services, utilized the CPI, Consumer Price Index, or the WST Water Sewer Trash Index, and also take a look at what the rates could have been potentially had we had these conversations each year relative to our cost increase in the business. The bottom line, the bottom dark blue line on this graph, represents the actual year-over-year rates under the contractual 3.5%. When we think of WST and CPI, these are indexes that are often utilized to align with market conditions. CPI is a key measure that's used to understand inflation and its impact on all goods and services over time, while WST focuses on utilities or services such as ours that we provide to the town. The impacts of these indexes are represented by the green and blue lines in the middle of the graph. And as you can see, rate adjustments based on those markers would have your rates higher than what was listed in the contract at 3.5%. Lastly, if we look at the glaring red line at the top, that represents a rate that the town of Fountain Hills would have had each year had we adjusted for our actual cost increases in an inflationary market. In 2025, for example, as we stand here today, residents would have a current rate of approximately $23 per month for services that we provide. So I want to take a moment on this slide to go over some of the cost increases that we've seen in our business versus the rate increases that you've had year over year. Over the last 5 years, the town of Fountain Hills has seen a 14.7% increase in rate from 2021 to 2025. Meanwhile, our costs for transportation in our business have increased by 43.1% during that same time period, with the largest jump coming from 2021 to 2022 at approximately 30% increase in transportation. And that's the ability for us to get the waste and recycle to disposal sites like landfills and recycle centers. Now, there's a lot of things on this slide, but if we drop down to the bottom section, right in the middle of the chart, we have our trucks, parts, supplies, and maintenance costs. We are nothing without our drivers in this business, and quite frankly, we're nothing without our trucks that service the community. And so we invest a lot into our vehicles to ensure that we can service the town. If you look at the chart, there was a steady climb from 2022 to 2024, and overall increases in cost by 38.5% for truck parts and maintenance. The rest of the items on the slide are relative to our business from operating labor, admin costs, and fuel, which we know fuel has a tendency to fluctuate, but it's sort of leveled out for us over the last couple of years. But these are all impacts to the business that we've recognized and seen over the last 5 years. I do want to move to this next slide, and this is just a comparison of municipal rates for surrounding towns and cities around town of Fountain Hills. If you look at the top of this graph, the town of Fountain Hills has a very favorable rate as compared to the market norm. So what we wanted to provide you all with were examples of other cities and how they have similar curbside services for one trash and one recycle pickup per week, as well as add-ons such as bulk service, which I'm very proud to say went very well this past year. But please note, we did not include any ad hoc services that we offer under our current agreement to support town-specific events, grants to nonprofit organizations, and on-call bulk pickup. The City of Phoenix and City of Mesa, respectively, have a rate of $36.64 and $33.17, while all other municipalities on this chart, at least, have a rate well above the $25 mark for similar services that we provide in our current agreement. The reason why we share this level of detail is to show that cities who self-haul their waste and recycle have also seen similar cost increases to what we have seen as an organization at Republic Services. So to close out here, I just want to cover some of the expectations if and when we go to an RFP in 2027. So Republic Services, we wanted to offer up this information just to kind of help the town avoid sticker shock when the time for RFP does come. We would like to move into the final extension, taking us through January of 2027. And while we can't predict the outcome of an RFP, we can, base on our experience, say that we believe the town will see higher rates as a result of an RFP based on how the market has shifted. Inflation levels have leveled out over the last 12 months. However, the impact of those last few years remains for us, and that is what brought us here today. On average, other municipalities are paying $29 per month for service, as seen in the previous slide. We hope that you approve our request to move to $20.14 for the 26-27 contract year, which is the final of our agreement. And with that, I thank you for your time today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council. And I'll open it to any questions you may have.
Councilman Skilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, as you're aware, our town has a history with being very sensitive to trash collection. And I believe the sensitivity of our town would be off the charts for any increase. So that's definitely a concern of mine. But also, I mean, as I heard about like a grant, I know that there's occasionally a grant to nonprofits. That really doesn't count the goodness of the hearts of our vendor. It's because they make a lot of money from our residents. They're making money on this service, and you know, obviously enough money to give out grants. So I don't think that our residents would be in favor of an increase, especially considering the times and considering the history we have in our town. So I'd actually make a motion to deny.
I will second that.
Councilman Watts.
I'd like more discussion.
Two questions. One, is Republic taking this opportunity to increase their margins, or are you managing your margins as if they were last year and you're just incurring, you're asking for the increase in fixed costs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when we first started looking at this, quite frankly, to meet the mark of where we need to be from a profitability standpoint, as you mentioned with margins, we were looking at a rate of close to $24. We spent a lot of time as a team kind of taking this back and reviewing, because we are great partners and we want to continue to be great partners with the town of Fountain Hills, where can we, you know, adjust the rate so that it's not so much of a sticker shock to the residents? And I understand that could be a very sensitive topic and very sensitive subject. But we wanted to ensure that we were at least doing our part as good stewards in business to cover some of our costs that we haven't covered in previous years.
So you're not inflating margins.
No.
You're covering fixed costs.
Correct.
And you're covering all the fixed costs or a large portion of them?
A good portion of it, sir.
Okay. And the final question is, what if we say no?
Yeah, if you say no, as we know, this is the final extension in our current agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And that would put us at a point where the members of council would have to make a decision on the RFP that is inevitably going to come, whether it comes now or in 2027.
And you do want to participate in the RFP?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Town manager.
I just wanted to chime in on your question, Councilmember Watts, and just draw attention to the staff report where you asked what happens if we say no. If the decision of the council is to not extend this contract, and I believe we talked about this, services with Republic, services through Republic Services conclude in January, so roughly 6 months from now. So it will automatically trigger us to go into an RFP immediately. Which is, quite frankly, not quite enough time to get it done in a manner that is positive and that is in the best interest of the community. Not saying that we won't necessarily recontract with Republic Services, but of course it will be open for bid. We all know that the bid timeline happens. There's a number of deliverables that have to happen, which is why we're here talking about this tonight, because if that's where the direction we're going to go, the more notice we have, the better it is.
So Robert doesn't have another rabbit to pull out of a hat?
Not that I'm aware of.
RFPs are difficult, I understand, but I still wanted to get on record. Covering fixed costs is one thing, covering a portion of them, increasing and being opportunistic and increasing margins is a totally different thing. And I do anticipate passing this. but I also anticipate doing an RFP and having a very aggressive discussion when it comes time to negotiate the final RFP results. So thank you, though.
Colleague Yanakis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for your presentation tonight. I view our relationship with Republic Services as having been very valuable. And if you look at the rates from the other towns, very cost efficient, specifically for Fountain Hills. I'd like to remind the council that we already have one RFP we're currently working on to replace our town lawyer. And we're putting a lot of burden on our staff. This is a strict one-year temporary increase until we can renegotiate the entire budget next year with Republic or other vendors of our choice. I think this would be too much to add to our staff's time just for a one-year extension, and a company that I think is here in good faith. You know, we discussed earlier about the roads and the Shea Boulevard, how much more expensive that's going to be. I think we've all experienced in our own personal lives inflation and how prices have gone up. Republic Services is not immune to that. And so, you know, I think they're here just trying to keep this thing cobbled together for one more year before we go into another RFP. So I would implore the council, let's not burden the staff. Let's keep this service going and then have the adequate time to prepare another, which in a year from now, the next RFP might even include more bulk waste management pickups, because I noticed we're kind of down on the list there. But yeah, I think that this is something that I think is done in good faith to cover their costs, and we've had nothing. I've had nothing but good. All the residents are very happy with their waste pickup, and I'd like to continue that for the next year. So I'd be voting yes.
Councilwoman Earl. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. It's okay. I did notice. I know we pay less, but we also are the only town that only gets one annual bulk pickup, so that would make a difference. As we were listening to the other people in here before and following what their wishes were, this is affecting everybody in our town and what they're going to be paying. And I have received several requests to not approve the increase and to go forward and look, put in the RFPs. I'm sorry it's extra work, but I would like to see what else would be out there. And I understand the increase of costs. I own a business myself too, so I have been experiencing that as well. But it is a contract, and it's the 1 year, so I will be voting with what you said to deny, which would be a yes, I guess.
Councilwoman?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. It was very concise and clear. And I thank you also for explaining that this is for fixed cost. It's not just a frivolous increase, et cetera. Also, as for the grant money, that's a separate department. That has nothing to do with these rates, correct? I mean, usually when corporations have, like, give grants, et cetera, that's a whole separate budget. It's a whole separate thing that corporations do in order to support businesses as a thank you, or whatever you want to say it is, support education, et cetera. Because I don't want that to get sullied, and I don't want that to be intermixed with what you're requesting here.
That is correct. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification on that. You know, that was part of our contract that we put together in 2019.
Right.
It was a different environment, different climate as well, but we do have a separate department that
It's a benefit.
the grants, correct.
It's a benefit to the town, and you know, our youth coalition has received it, and they're very, very appreciative, and other organizations have. So they really, I know, being on their committee, that they sincerely appreciate whenever they receive that grant. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to point out the comparison was not an apples-to-apples comparison. The other cities that are listed are self-haulers. Those are government programs with government bloat and prevailing wage and those additional costs. So they're not an apples-to-apples, not even close. There's another point that I would never approve a fee increase that overcharges our residents to give grants out. I would never, ever do that. And frankly, our town has a little trouble with overbilling on vendors. So that is definitely an issue that I have.
I may, I just do want to point out, City of Buckeye is on the list, and we do haul for City of Buckeye, and they have a rate, I believe, of $25 on there. So we haul for City of Buckeye.
Town
We have
clerk,
none.
no speaker cards? Okay, thank you.
If I may just add one more comment.
If it's brief.
It's relevant, yeah. I find it unfortunate that your company has been generous in giving our youth and other grant opportunities to this town, and we're now tonight going to say that we're going to punish you for that. That doesn't make sense to me. That defies common sense.
Vice Mayor?
As my fellow council member pointed out, the grants are a separate department, and thank you for, that community service. However, being a completely separate entity, I feel it needs to be considered separately. And therefore, my gratitude is with you still. However, I will also be voting to deny.
Councilman?
I'm baffled by the word punished. I don't see where you're being punished. I think that we're doing our due diligence to ask questions that are prudent to get our residents the best deal we can get them. That's what we're tasked with. Punishment has nothing to do with it. Legitimate questions about maybe we should take away the grants. Maybe we should ask you to look at it again without the grants and say, then that would abate that type of a problem. So punishment, I'd take exception to punishment. But I do think we ought to look at excluding grants.
And if I may, I did bring up grants because that's part of the agreement that we had in 2019, right? It's without the grants, the cost to do business or the cost to do business, right? Transportation is what it is. Fuel costs are going to be there still. And so we look at the overall business in terms of what it takes to put a driver in a truck to come out to Fountain Hills and pick up the trash. And grants are separate from that, and it's a benefit to the town that we've offered and negotiated in our agreement. And if we were to be selected to go forward in the RFP, we'd probably offer something similar, right? And it's just something that we do to show our gratitude and support to the town, and I think it's been well received over the last few years, and I'm happy that we do it.
But in that same venue, the grants may be a benefit to a select group. It's not a benefit to the entire town. And while this is a new contract effectively, because you're asking for an increase that exceeds the previous contract, we've got a new one, we have the opportunity to make exclusions in that contract and say, grants we want to exclude, so that is a possibility.
Correct.
So, and I understand the difference between fixed costs and variable costs, and I assume you've taken all of those things in, as well as your gross margin. And I'm happy to hear that fixed costs are being the only thing considered in this. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Did Alan make the motion? Did you make the motion?
Alan made a motion. Did you get, you seconded?
Okay.
Okay.
Is it possible to amend the motion by excluding grants? Would you consider that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Watts, my motion was to deny. What I think would be prudent is to vote that up or down. And then if you want to make a subsequent motion, I believe we could do that. Was that the case?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'm a little, it's a little convoluted. I'm not sure what's being requested. There's right now a motion on the table to deny the extension of the agreement. What's being proposed?
This is what I'd suggest, because if we vote on it, which is fine, we can agendize it for the next meeting with any way we want it worded.
So why don't we ask Waste Management to come back and say, here is the price inclusive of grants, and here's the price exclusive of grants.
Republic Service.
I'm
Terribly
terribly
if I let that go.
Okay, I'll just shut up now.
Innocent mistake.
Sorry.
Can I?
Okay, it's okay.
Can I just make this real quick? So if we deny this increase, we still are, the residents are still going to get an increase of 3.5%. But they're not going to get the increase of 10%? Or is it more than 10%, the increase?
The total increase is 14%.
So they would be a 3.5% instead of a 14% increase. If we deny, so we say yes on this, what Alan is saying, if we say yes, then there's still an increase, but it's not the 14% increase. It's a 3.5% increase, correct?
Well, I don't think, you wouldn't be moving forward for another annual term with this company.
Right, we would also then be putting out an RFP unless they decide that, that's if they decide that they want to, he would have to decide, their company would have to decide if they want to cancel us for this next year. So that would be your choice if we vote this way now. So I'm going to be a vote with Alan, yeah.
So I need clarification, I apologize. So the motion is to deny. Deny continuance, deny the rate increase. Am I understanding that, Mayor?
Not denying continuance. It will be their choice to if they will continue with us this next year or not. They will have to tell us right away.
I need it clarified, I'm sorry. Because I feel like that we're, clarification, to deny what?
The rate increase.
Okay, that's all we're working on right now, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's just a motion to deny this rate increase. The current contract still goes to January.
And there's no speaker cards? Okay. Councilman Watts, do you have another question?
So if we deny, then we don't have the opportunity to look at an alternate without the inclusion of the grants. Is that correct? You'll just go through the duration of the contract till December 31.
The grants were part of our current
Right,
agreement,
right. So we don't have any opportunity to look at a reduced price on behalf of the residents.
Oh, correct.
If we deny, we'll just go through the duration of the contract, run an RFP if possible, and again, we're looking at the labor burden on staff and how much that's going to take with everything else that we've got going on. So I really wish there was a way we could approve the increase for the short term, for the 1 year, and then I got to defer back to Councilman Skillicorn and see where we go.
I know, but isn't the only thing before council the rate increase?
For the 1 year, correct.
That's the only thing that's before council right now.
So you either approve or deny the rate increase, and you have a year.
Through January, yeah, it'll start January 2026 through January.
Yeah, and then you have a year to renegotiate coming up, if you approve it.
Clarification again.
And just to make my clarification, because it says right in the risk analysis,
You said one.
if not approved, the town will immediately begin a request for proposals, which the town manager said would be very difficult to get one in time. Did you not say that? It would be very difficult for us to put the request for proposal out, solicit the bids, and pick a new company to seek the best pricing for solid waste and recycling pickup services beginning January 2026. However, there's a risk that this bidding process will result in higher fees for town residents than the Republic Services proposed increase for 2026, meaning they can come back and say, sure, we'll do it for $35 a month, because they're not going to be bound by this 10% to cover their costs. They can come back at 20%. Is that correct? And so we're going to be laying ourselves bare to any other company that says, okay, Fountain Hills doesn't have a contract, and so we can come in anywhere we want. So the most prudent and the most conservative thing would be to go with what we know, which is a 10%, give the town, well, the 3.5 is built in, okay? So the additional would be to cover their additional expenses. The conservative thing would be to do the extra 10.5%, give the town enough time the town would get enough time to do a request for proposal and not be under the gun and take something that might be much worse for our residents and a much higher fee, all because you're giving out grants to kids.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please? And this is, let's be sure everybody understand this. This is to deny any increase.
Councilmember McMahon.
I don't want to deny. I want to approve it.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Earl.
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Nay.
Councilmember Watts.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel.
Nay.
Mayor, the nays have it, 4-3.
So that fails.
Okay.
Now we need a motion to approve.
Yeah, and
So
I'd like to
moved.
make that
Make
motion.
a motion to approve without any grants.
Excuse me, that's not before.
I'm making the motion right now. The
That's
motion
not before.
would be to
That's
approve
not
the request for
That's
public
not before
services.
council. The only thing that's before council is the rate to approve or deny, period. Thank you.
Anyway, my motion was to approve the request for public services with the contract extension going to January 15, 2027.
Second.
A motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
I'd like to amend that motion. I'd like to amend that motion with a 5% cut with no grants. A 5% cut from the 14. I can come up with an exact amount in a second.
I think it's, yeah, we have a motion and a second already on the table. So we need a roll call, please, on the motion and the second that's on the table.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Watts.
I think for the $3 or $4 increase, aye.
Councilmember Earl.
No.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
No.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
No.
And Mayor Friedel.
Yes.
Mayor, 4-3. Ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
I think it was the dirty look that Rachel gave me.
Okay, resolution with the Regional Public Transit Authority. Rachel?
Yes, Mayor, I do want to recognize that I know it's 8:15 and I know it's been a long afternoon. Do you want to take a break or do you want to keep moving through? It's your call.
I think we keep going.
Okay. All right. With that said, our Deputy Town Manager and Administrative Services Director, Dave Trimble, who is not normally up here very often.
We'll try to roll through this quick.
Yes, thank you.
It's getting late. So I have 7 slides of content. That doesn't include the cover sheets. There's a lot of detail in the staff report, but we'll try to keep it moving. Today, I'd like to provide an overview, why we're here today, overview the Ride Choice Program ridership. We'll look at some cash flow and, unfortunately, a related funding problem. And then we'll look at some options that we want to be thinking about to solve that issue. So in terms of an overview, the reason why we're here is each fiscal year, the town and Valley Metro enter into an intergovernmental agreement. We'll call it IGA. They call it a TSA, Transit Service Agreement. We do that yearly. Most of the time, it's pretty boring, it's routine, and it's typically on the consent agenda. Past few years, it's been a little more exciting. We've had some budget issues with funding that we've received going away and the cost of services increasing. As a result, we discontinued the 515 bus service last year, and it finally stopped in April of this year. And again, in the past, no general fund monies have currently been spent on transit. And again, unfortunately, due to rising usage and decreasing funding. We'll need to address a funding shortfall. And now's a good time to mention today's recommendation is that we approve the agreement for this year coming up in July, and then we plan on revisiting this again in the fall for our budget discussions. So I just wanted to mention that so we don't have to memorize this or make any major decisions tonight. Just kind of want to get a preview of what's coming down the road. As an overview here, as mentioned, again, the bus service was discontinued, so we only have Ride Choice remaining. Ride Choice is simply a heavily discounted door-to-door service that's similar to Uber and Lyft, with one big distinction, and that is that users can call for a ride using their telephone. And that's administered through Valley Metro. And as far as the funding sources, you can see that one of the two is going away, and we'll be left with only the Arizona Lottery funds, or abbreviated ALF. And we can consistently count on $60,000 per year coming in that funding. The lottery players are consistent from year to year, and that's our little tiny share of Arizona Lottery proceeds. It amounts to a pretty consistent $60,000 per year. The problem is that pays for approximately 1,500 rides per year, and that's a key number. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Latest, my slide says that we'll be projected to be depleted in fiscal year 2028. However, some of the latest numbers I'm looking at in terms of ridership, I'd really like to say 2027 to be more accurate on that and be on the safer side. Now let's jump into some Ride Choice ridership chart here. And this one kind of tells the story. The red line shows you what we can afford without doing anything differently. And you see that the orange is ridership, and the red line is kind of the money that we can afford. We are surpassing that, and we've seen that big upward trend since 2022. Ridership has increased 80% in the last 2 years. In some ways, we're kind of a victim of our own success. We've been trying to promote it. It's something that the residents like. They're using it. But unfortunately, as you can see, we only have money for 1,500 rides per year, approximately. That's just based on the costs that we see per ride. So this is a funding gap that we'll have to try to work out. And we'll look at some of the cash flow slides coming up. The next two slides are saying the same thing, only in a different format. And the first one is really hard to read, so I won't stick on that one for too long. Just a quick note, again, it shows, if you look at the 2028, that shows the first year that we're in the negative. If you look down there at the cash balance available, I really think it's more like probably 2027 that we would run out. The next slide shows this a little bit better. The bars going down show when we would go into the negative. Again, want to emphasize that next year I think we're fine. It's just the years after that it gets really sticky. So I think we've illustrated the problem. So now let's jump into some of the potential options. And these are just kind of brainstorming. Again, we'll bring these back and maybe get your sentiment if you have any today. Or again, it's getting late. We will bring this back in the fall, budget-wise. So you can see they kind of fall into two major categories, either kind of reduce services or use general fund monies, which we haven't done, to the tune of 60 to 80,000 per year, and that might increase. So under the banner of reduction in services, we have 4 different things. One, we could raise fares. We could go back to the original Ride Choice program fare model, which is, I got a couple of examples. A resident currently on the program that takes a ride to the Honor Health at 90th and Shea currently is paying $6 for that trip, round trip. If we go back to the original fare model, that would rise from $6 to $14. It really makes the longer trips a lot more expensive under the original model. And another example, because the higher premium kicks in after the first 8 miles, so everything after that it starts to get more expensive. So another example, if someone was going to the Mayo Clinic on the 101 and 56th Street, the big Mayo Hospital, we go from $6 to $30. So that's one potential thing to think about. That would help with obviously cost recovery, and it would also likely reduce ridership. B, we could limit the program to ADA, to those riders with certified disabilities. Currently, everyone over age 65 automatically qualifies. And under this idea, we could limit to only those people with certified disabilities, which they would have to qualify through Valley Metro. Some of our riders already are qualified, but most are just seniors that are using the program right now. Obviously, that would limit participation and thereby control costs. Again, none of these are perfect. They all have a downside, but it would just be a way to control those costs. C and D get a lot more drastic. C is to just simply pause the program. It's kind of a better than nothing approach, where we would just go, okay, we have $60,000 coming in. Whenever we hit that threshold, we just shut the program off, no more rides. Again, that's good for about 1,500 rides per year, more or less. We just run it until it runs out, resume the next year when the next round of money came in, and it would kind of run itself in terms of the money part. It hasn't been done before. It wouldn't be convenient, but it could work, and it would still qualify us for our $60,000 of lottery money that we could at least use for that program. And again, it's kind of a better than nothing approach, which is alternative D. If we wanted to just shut down the whole program, we would forfeit those funds that we are earmarked for each year. We wouldn't have the the $60,000 in transit funding coming in. Very clean option, but it's sure drastic to cut that program. And then quickly, the last option there is allocate general fund money if we want to just keep the program going in one way, shape, or form, and just allocate enough money general fund-wise to cover whatever is the shortfall. Importantly, we don't have to pick just one of these. We can do a combination. For example, you could do A and B, and see what happened for a year. It would probably slow down the rate of spend, and see what happened, and go from there. And I think that's kind of it. We're also open to any other ideas. So.
Can you take a couple questions now?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Here's one. If we don't use the 60,000, does it roll over? Do we get to use it the next year?
No, we don't. In fact, the balance that I talk about that we're working off of, they really don't want us to keep any balance. You're supposed to spend it every year.
Okay.
So it's a good point. That's kind of the balance that we're living off of right now, because we're currently even spending more than we are bringing in, but we happen to have some balance left over from years when we weren't spending it. So.
Councilwoman?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. It's a little bit confusing, so let me see if I can sum it up. And based on what I know, working with Valley Metro, these are dedicated restricted funds for this particular purpose. that we receive from the Arizona Lottery. They can't be used for anything else. And like you said, we can't keep acquiring them. Right now, we do have enough money, and it's not general fund money. It's these funds that we've received for this purpose to pay for and continue the rideshare program for at least another year or year and a half. So right now, I think there's like 180,000, I think that's what, or 108,000 there that we have for use, so to not have to give it back, so to speak. I've received a few emails about this program, and our residents really, really like it. It is an extremely reliable and convenient program. Valley Metro manages all the administration part of it, et cetera. It would cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that ourselves this year and to provide this type of a needed service to our residents. I know that people use Uber and stuff like that. This is part of that. However, people over 65 and ADA and et cetera, it is just so easy and reliable for them to call to use the service. So many people have come up to me and said how much they really, really like it. They appreciate it. And in addition, Rachel, I don't know if you can address this, but I mean, our ride share has increased by 80%. And this money is sitting there for you. So personally, I would like to see it continue as is. And then when we discuss the budget in the fall, take another look at it, and then really look and see, is this something, how's it going between now and the end of the year? How much has it increased? And then what do we project it's going to be, and how can we manage those moving forward with the funds we'll get and maybe the shortfall, if there's a shortfall. So I'd like to see this continue, and I think it's very important because I know that our volunteer ride program is getting more and more difficult to find volunteer riders to do medical rides. And this service is not just for medical. It is for a number of different places that people can go. And they really, really do like it and appreciate it. And it's all about connecting our community with really solid, reliable transportation when they need it. So thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve it as is, and then we'll discuss it again with more clarity back in the fall. And also, I'm speaking with Valley Metro people to see if they are going to have a program, because they're trying to negotiate a lower price for this as well. Okay?
I'd like to second that motion.
Councilwoman Earl?
Yeah, thank you. I might have missed something here, but we have enough money to fund it right now. So we're discussing, so that would be, it'd be good to keep it going, but when we don't have the money to pay for it, I would say revert to the original fare model, still have it available, and whatever monies we have, put towards it, and then do the regular fare model, because I did get input from many residents that said that they really do use it. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but I don't know if Medicare, when you're on Medicare, is there anything to help you get places? I wonder if there's so many things that maybe people don't know about. I don't know. So, but anyway.
There's a few of them listed on our town website.
Pardon me?
There are different choices, like cabs, and there's transportation for cabs and other things provided on our website as well for people to access. Okay. And I know that Mike updates it all the time.
Okay, so if we vote yes for this tonight, we're just saying that we're going to approving keeping the funds going as what they are now, is correct?
Mayor, Councilmember, that's our recommendation.
Oh, okay.
It's just
perfect.
For this year, we're good for the fiscal
but then
year
next year we look at
July,
okay.
And then we'll talk more about it. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that this is a problem.
When you say this year, are you talking about
July 1st coming up?
Into the next July? Because I know I get so confused with this.
2026.
July to July.
Yep.
Councilman Skilliker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Trimble, do you know if there's any any stipulation or requirement that people that use this be citizens?
I don't know the answer to that. They have to be resident. Do you mean residents of? They do have
Citizens.
To be,
Are there non-citizens using this? Are we policing that?
We're policing whether they're a Fountain Hill, I think Valley Metro, to your point, polices whether they're a Fountain Hills resident. Beyond that, I
Okay.
don't know.
So, Mr. Mayor, Director Chamberlain, it sounds like it's not the case. And I'd actually like to make a amended motion that we revert back to the original fare model, and we prohibit general funds from bailing out future rides.
And is that for right now, starting in July? I just wanted to clarify the timing.
Yeah, we had a motion and a second already on the table. We need to vote on that first.
Well, Mayor and Council, I mean, someone can make a motion to amend
If
what's
the,
on?
if the original, if the original motion is agreeable to the amendment, right?
No.
No?
Someone makes a motion to amend, then they would need a second. Then the council would vote on whether to approve the amendment. And then if that's denied, then it reverts back to the original motion. If it's approved, then council would vote on the motion as amended.
Point of clarification. Would you mind repeating what your amendment was?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, my amendment would be to revert back to the original fare model and prohibit general funds from being used to bail out rides.
Second.
I'm not sure if we want to encumber future councils by doing that. I don't know that I would be in favor of saying that a future council wouldn't want to.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe we can prevent future councils from doing that, but it would at least be for, our term here.
Are you saying to revert to the original fair amount now? Yes. And not use the funds that we have already available for it?
No.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, it sounds like in a couple of years we'll be at the number of rides that we'll be using up the whole $60,000. So this would just probably extend the program, until it costs, much higher.
Councilman Watts?
Sorry. Do we know how Uber and Lyft compare price-wise?
It's more expensive.
A lot more than $6. Yeah, because the way the new fare program works is it's basically $3 each way. As long as your one way is under 50 miles, it's a $3 ride, and essentially the town or Valley Metro or the funding is covering the delta there.
So what happened to the 8 miles that you talked about earlier? Where does that come into play? You just said 3 miles. Where does the 8 miles come from?
That's under the original fare model. After 8 miles, it's $2 every mile after that.
Okay.
So that's where your longer rides really kind of escalate.
Gotcha. So is there any reason when I look at the bar charts, it looks like if we split the cost between the rider and our share, we could extend this out till 2030?
Off the top of my head, it probably would extend it a little bit, but I think the rider, it just depends. It's really hard to tell what's going to happen with ridership.
Right, seeing as how it's gone up so much.
But it would extend, if residents are bearing more of the cost, then it's going to cost the
Thank you.
Town less.
Mayor? Can I please comment? Thanks.
Hang on one second. Do you have any idea do your stats tell you what kind of mileage we're using now? I mean, how far are we going? Do you have any idea how many riders are going 50 miles? How many are going 20?
We looked at that. Most of them are going shorter distances than I thought. Most of the ridership appears to be around town.
Okay. That's what I wanted.
Down to 90th and Shea.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay. Councilwoman?
Thank you. Right now, we have the funds for this. We're not going in, it hasn't been tapped into with the general funds, et cetera. That's not the plan to do that. That is something that depending upon the ridership, et cetera, that we will discuss at the next budget discussion. So I really don't see the need to prohibit the use of general funds, because what we're agreeing to is to spend the funds that we have in the kitty from the state, and then look at it in the fall and decide what to do, if, with more knowledge as far as the riders, et cetera, so that we can make a bit more educated decision about what our choices might be then.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the way I see this is you've given us a great gift, something that we don't normally get, which is the luxury of time. Yeah, you're giving us kind of a year warning that you're going to have to deal with this next year. During that year, we can reach out to the people, the elderly, the infirm, the people that are affected by this program, and give them the options of, well, that there's going to be some changes. And so as a council, we can solicit from the public, well, these funds are drying up, and then we can get input. What would be the best practical way for the community? If we went back to the old pricing system now, we'd be having to notice people that their fees are going up. Again, generally older people that need the program and infirm and ADA. And I don't see, since we have a year gift to make that decision, why are we going in the weeds on this one? Let's just vote it up and have a year to decide how to proceed then. It's lottery money. It's not like it's, coming from our taxpayers, and we do have to spend the money eventually. And so, let's just spend it this year and give our seniors the gift of cheaper transportation.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the councilman made a great argument for my amendment that all this does is extend it out. The amendment actually extends out the funding until 2031, and it guarantees the program for these people. So it sounds like a great argument for it.
We have an amendment on the table with a second. Any other discussion? Roll call, please. Whoa, you want to repeat your amendment, Alan?
No problem. The amendment was to amend the approval to preserve, revert to the original fare model and prohibit general funds from being used for the ride shares.
Mayor, if I could, because of the timing, I don't know how long, it won't be anything like the 515 bus, but Valley Metro to implement that may need a little bit more time.
I think we can extend grace.
Okay. Councilmember Calvianakis.
Nay.
Councilmember Watts.
I hate to take something away from the residents that they're used to, that they've become reliant on. With the increased ridership, that bothers me. I think we need time to come up with a better solution. I'm not happy about the solution that's being presented today, so I'll be a nay.
Councilmember Earl.
I'll do a quick explanation. Since we do have the funds and we have enough for this next year, and then next year we talk about changing it to revert to the old thing. And we can do that within the year. From what I'm reading in here, we don't have to wait till next year to do that. So I'm sorry, Alan, but I'm a no.
Clarification is we're voting on his amendment. That's it. Okay, thanks. We're not voting on my motion. Right. Okay, thanks so much.
Councilmember McMahon.
Nay.
Councilmember Skilcorn.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
Aye.
And Mayor Fidel.
No.
Mayor 5-2, nays have it.
Now we go back to the original motion, and we had a motion and a second, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Skilcorn.
No.
Councilmember Earl.
Aye.
Councilmember Calvianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Watts.
Where are we on? Can you repeat that one again? I'm lost again.
It's a motion to approve for this next fiscal year. Just 1 year.
As proposed then? Okay, aye.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
Nay.
And Mayor Fidel.
Aye.
Mayor 5-0, approved. I'm
Five-
sorry,
5-2.
5-2.
Yeah. Thank you, David. D is approving the purchase of a fire, I'm sorry.
No, it's
D,
D.
approving the purchase of fire department type 6 brush truck. Rachel?
I'm turning this one over to Chief Ott. 5 slides or less.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we're asking for is a replacement of a Type 6 brush truck. I didn't bring any cool photos. I don't have a truck I can drive in here to show you. But it's replacing an existing truck that we have. It meets the vehicle replacement policy criteria for replacing truck 174. It's almost a like-for-like truck, although this is a newer truck. The existing truck is a 2012. Again, it kind of exceeds the vehicle replacement by almost 3 years. It's got about 81,000 miles on it. And the reason I'm bringing it forward tonight, right after the budget got approved, is that if we can lock this truck up, the truck that we're looking at purchasing for $314,000 is a demo that's being built. And we have the ability, if we can lock it up here pretty quick before somebody else decides they want it, we can get it for that $314,000 price. So what I was asking for was not to exceed $390,000 before we go on summer break, so that if we miss this truck, our next option is one that's about $360,000 at this point in time, but that's got a 12 to 18 month build on it. So we'd be able to, if we can secure this truck in the next couple of days, we should have delivery on it by the end of September, opposed to having to wait for a new build, which would be 12 to 18 months. So what I'm asking for is the approval to move forward with this truck. It's budgeted for in the vehicle replacement fund, and it was asked for in this budget. So basically, you've already approved it. But I was asking for your permission to try to secure it tomorrow and move forward with it and have it sooner than later.
Before we have discussion, are there any comment cards, Town Clerk?
No, Mayor.
Councilwoman Earl?
Yes, and I noticed earlier in our work session, they said the brush truck unit would cost around $300,000. So I'm glad you said $314,000 instead of $390,000. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Watts?
I don't get to talk? So I assume that when you look at the life cycle of a vehicle, the total cost of ownership, we've replaced better than 50% of the parts, or is it simply an actuarial issue that you've stopped on and said, it's right there, we don't want it to fail before in an anticipated manner? Is that more of the logic that you're using?
Mayor and Councilman, correct, yeah.
Right.
And especially on something that's a life safety vehicle.
Right.
We've got, per the policy, it's got a 10-year life to it. We have put quite a bit of miles on that truck as it was within the town. I'd moved it 2 years ago from being a truck that ran every day to a truck that doesn't run that frequently, in an effort to try to get a couple more years out of it before we actually came to ask for it with the vehicle replacement policy side of it.
But just to be clear again, you're asking for $390,000 as a ceiling in anticipation of being able to get the $314,000 vehicle or the $360,000 vehicle.
Correct.
So you need the latitude.
Correct. And so with that in mind, not knowing where the prices are going to be and if we have to put in for a truck that's being built, the $360,000 truck today might be more than that. So I'll do my best to keep it at the 314. I talked to the company today. It's still available, so we really feel that it's a little bit later now for me to send a commitment letter to them, but I'll do that first thing in the morning. So I feel comfortable that we'll get it for that 314,000 price.
Thank you. I'm an aye.
Councilmember Calvianakis?
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn?
Yes.
Councilmember McMahon?
Aye.
Councilmember Earl.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel.
Will this truck retain the number 174?
No, unfortunately, it's probably going to go to 190 or something like that, depending on when we get it.
I'm an aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, before we move on from that item, I just wanted to kind of use this as a good example of something Councilmember Watts brought up earlier. And I know this is kind of in jest, but it's also relevant in that we talked about the budget. We adopted the budget earlier tonight about where we make efforts to not spend every dime that's approved. That's a great example of it. Our staff has taken the time to try to find the best deal that they can on an item that we're going to need to buy. And by doing this and by being proactive, we've given them and empowered them to do that so that the savings is already realized. So thank you for that. I just wanted to kind of highlight that.
Good point, thank you. All right, E, possible action approving the purchase of a compact Caterpillar hydraulic excavator. Rachel?
Director, I know you're up here speaking on behalf of several departments in one for this item, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, this discussion in regards to this excavator and other pieces of equipment that we've needed over the years has generated a lot of discussion between myself and the town manager. Most recently, she asked if I could provide some justification for this in regards to what we spent. So I sent her a list of projects that we had. A kid that grew up here now took over his dad's company do. It was about $60,000 worth. And she said, well, that's pretty good justification. And I reminded her, that's just the stuff that we selected to do. The other stuff, either we attempt to do whenever we can, or some of it might just be a little bit overwhelming. I'm going to give you an example of that and then discuss how things were done in the beginning. The irrigation on Palisades between Shea Boulevard and Golden Eagle Boulevard does not function. The primary reason for that is when development was moving forward and that area was constructed, including other earlier areas, is the policy was to plant desert species or native plants and shrubs and trees, water them for 1 year and turn the water off. Whatever survives, survives. The rest of it simply goes away. Cost-saving measure? Possibly. Good decision-making? If you see Kevin back there kind of moving around, no. The plants that you see growing in that median have simply survived on their own without any water. Now we move to the areas that we absolutely positively have to keep stuff alive, and that's in the parks. If you've not had an opportunity to go out there in the wee hours, especially this time of the year, spend a little time watching those guys digging or asking us to support them with a larger piece of equipment and the struggles that they share to accomplish this while trying to keep the irrigation flowing can be challenging, to say the least. Was that a beer, really?
Hey, Justin. May I say something?
So what we're asking for tonight is to be able to utilize money that we have saved from being good stewards in the Public Works Department and streets, and utilize that funding to benefit this community, not only now, but for the future, and be able to begin to work on some of this irrigation, not all of it at one time, and plan for applying for grants from the Water Conservation Authority, which we recently received too, to begin working on some of the medians, but most importantly, keep what we have alive more efficiently without the challenges that we face today.
Councilwoman Earl?
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and I would like to make a motion to approve to purchase this
Second.
excavator.
Councilman Watts?
Yeah, quick. Does it come with a trailer?
Mr. Mayor, council member, we already have the treader to move the piece of equipment.
And it's sufficient? I mean, it's an 8,000-pound piece of machinery here, so it's rated, your trailer is rated, so we don't have to worry about the trailer.
That is correct. It's the same manufacturer and rated for the skid steer that this council approved the purchase of some time back.
Okay, and you have a certified operator?
We do. So without going into a lot of detail there, I'm currently the only heavy equipment operator the town has. The rest of them in the street department are apprentices that are learning to do that.
Can I come watch?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Earl, did you have something else?
Oh.
No? Okay. So you made the motion.
The motion.
Do we have a second?
Oh, yeah, Hannah did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hannah. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember McMahon.
Whoops, aye.
Councilmember Skilcorn. Yes. Councilmember Earl.
Aye.
Councilmember Calvianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Watts.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larrabee.
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel.
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you for the opportunity and the agreement to purchase.
Next is the Arizona Cities and Towns Legislative Bulletin. I don't know that there was a lot going on.
No, they're adjourned. They will be returning shortly to begin the budget process, but everything's kind of in a holding pattern right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, council direction to the town manager. Town clerk, did you have something? No. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is kind of tricky. In light of the conversation that we had today with our economic directive manager, Amanda, it's obvious that the Morningside project or the Senderos project has been greenlit. As when that project came before us before and we met with those neighbors, they were very concerned about the urban style project being made in their neighborhoods. At that time, we didn't think that they were going to go through with it, they would drop the project. That was the consensus of the council at that, with the previous council. Since they've purchased the property, the church property, they're going to build 4 houses on that property, and then the 70-unit urban style configuration on the other 4.3. I know me and you, we visited with the neighbors, we're intimate with that project. What I would like to do is direct the town manager, and again, not to put this on an agenda item, but just see if the Senderos people, the Mountainside people would be amenable to going back to their original project, which would be no houses on top of the hill. It would all be underneath the hill. It'd be much more friendly, much more convenient for the neighbors. If they were, we can canvass the neighbors, see which project they would like to go forward with, and then we could just base it on input that we get from the neighbors. Do you want the 70 and the 4, or would you like the 80 unit? And we all saw the renderings last year, so I would like to get the go-ahead to at least make inroads to see if that is a project that they would be still amenable to building.
I don't think any plans or anything have been submitted yet as to what that urban style building is going to look like, have they? They haven't? Oh.
Yeah, it's currently it's submitted by right at this point.
Yeah.
And I think what I understand Councilwoman Calvinakis to say is if there would be a reconsideration of the original project that was brought before council, I'm looking for some direction on.
I would say
how
leave
this-
that up to the developer to find out. Why put it on the town staff? I'm not in favor of putting it on the town staff to find out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure there's an avenue. That's right. Councilman Skillicorn?
I don't believe there's an avenue to reapply for a special use permit that was denied by the council at this point.
Well, there was an up zone and a down zone.
Well, Mayor
Let's
Mayor
hear
and
from
council,
our
we're-
town attorney.
Yeah, we're starting to discuss substance of a project that's not been noticed on this meeting. So, I mean, for a future agenda item if that was the will of council, but this is not, we're crossing the line in what's been noticed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add a future agenda item about the widening of Shea Boulevard and funding sources. Specifically, my intent is for us to discuss that, and potential action would be for us to write a letter to MAG asking for a higher percentage of funding on that.
I'll second that.
I'll third it.
So I guess we skip from town manager to agendas magically. Oh, I don't think he did, but we're there.
Actually, we're on direction to the town manager, but that's our.
But if we skipped ahead, I would still like to, in that case, agendize and try to get a second, a third, just to relook at the zoning variance for the Senderos project to build the better project for the neighbors, and then solicit input from the neighborhood to see which one they want. Can I get a second?
Any other future agenda items? We'll jump back to that now. Anybody have anything else? Okay. All right, having heard none, can I request a motion to adjourn? A second?
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.